Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for sticking with me and watching. I come to you belatedly, obviously, and there's really no good excuse other than the fact that I got home late from work and I had dinner to make and I had a bunch of reading to do and just generally life. But of course, a lot of you watch this on YouTube, so it does not matter if I am delayed or if I'm right on time. You will get to enjoy the Cultist, no less. Some Cultist news coming up. Obviously, the Kickstarter is still slated for September the 3rd, and Weather Factory, if you follow them on Twitter, you can see it at Factory Weather. They're sort of doing their countdown. I'm just gonna have a sip of water because I've got some bread stuck on the roof of my mouth. All right, sorry about that. So, Weather Factory has finished, or not finished. Weather Factory is starting its sort of countdown to the Book of Hours. This is going to involve basically a little reveal or a surprise each coming day. So if you haven't checked it out, do go ahead and do so now. I believe the first reveal was sort of the I don't know if it's the prototype or the art, or anyways, it's sort of the new desktop. Some of you who've been following the Book of Hours will know that there is sort of day-night transitions. I think they look particularly attractive, and I believe that is a contribution of Hannah Rose, so well done. Again, if you are someone who is inclined to get excited for these kinds of things, it is now is the time to be checking out that Twitter account if you aren't already. The best that I can say, and my personal sort of appeal for checking out the Book of Hours if you haven't, is this game, Cultist Simulator, was a pretty substantial shift in terms of how I covered games and sort of the reach that I've gotten as a broadcaster. And again, I always feel a little weird talking about this stuff because I don't mean to make it sound like some self-help thing, I'm such a big and powerful broadcaster and here's how you can do it too. I'm a very small fry and I remain one. But it is also fair to say that this game has resulted in a level of attention across the different platforms that I broadcast on, which I didn't previously have. And I think one of the things that was so interesting about it is that it's also one of the games that I've really covered. There's only one other point where I could have covered it earlier, which would have been to do the JavaScript prototype. So it's been a really interesting experience, and a large part of that was being able to follow the game through its development, to be able to sort of see pre-Kickstarter, see the Kickstarter, see how the Kickstarter changed based on the feedback that people gave Weather Factory, to see the development of the game. And I think a lot of you probably have been drawn into Cultist Simulator through Weather Factory's practice of open development. And so one of the big things here is that obviously if you just want to buy the game, that option will be available to you when the game is released. But I think maybe a little bit more importantly, for me, engaging with Cultist Simulator has been a really unique experience in terms of just being able to sort of follow the development, see how it goes. I was probably a little bit better at giving feedback during the development of the game as opposed to post-release. And it's really neat because it's very clear that Weather Factory will not take all of the feedback that's been given and immediately put it into the game, and the game would not be good if they did that. What they do instead is they take that feedback, they line it up against what sort of their intentions were and what sort of the underlying complaint or experience is. So for instance, if somebody says, oh, this is so grindy here, this is a really common thing that gets said about work. Now, why will that never change about work? Well, because if work was simple and automated, you sort of crumble this pillar of, this idea that you're in a world of, day-to-day demands, the mundane world, which is not necessarily in line with creative people or people who have the sort of have this glimpse at this more special world just beyond. Obviously, this game is a lot about that tension, about the fact that there are things that you are expected to do, and you can put this in, you can frame this anywhere. The most common experience, I think most people are going to say, it's like, I am some, undiscovered genius living in a capitalist society, and they don't appreciate the work that I do. I need to pay my villainous landlord, and there's simply not enough time for me to do this amazing thing, which I know I've been destined to do. Or if you are of a particular, if maybe you're of a libertarian bent, you can say you're Winston Smith in 1984. And clearly this crushing state apparatus is keeping you from realizing any greatness. However you want to interpret it. Basically, Cultist Simulator, the day-to-day, the world where you need to sort of maintain yourself, is largely hostile to your ultimate goals of enlightenment or power or sensation. And so, is it bad feedback to say it's kind of tedious to go to work every day and I rather wish that I didn't have to do that? No, that is actually very good feedback for a lot of different types of games. Generally, one does not want to be bored in a game. But clearly, if that were to be brought on board unthinkingly, then I would argue that Cultist Simulator would be less of an experience for it. And likewise, right, I'm sure a lot of people were mad about the painting nerfs, but the fact of the matter is that the painting nerfs make this a better game overall, even if your favorite strategy is no longer viable. So all of this is to say that I think Weather Factory are a particularly interesting studio. There's actually a lot of stuff I've always been meaning to say about them, but I always feel I talk a little bit too much on these here. For the YouTube crew, it's probably debatable that a number of people on YouTube will actually be listening to this part. One of the reasons why I have these long monologues at the beginning is it just gives people a chance to sort of file into the channel. Not everybody has their notifications set up, and it's a little bit of a courtesy, especially if I end on some kind of a cliffhanger or something like that. It's nice to give people a little while to have their notifications ping or the emails or just to check the time that I normally go. Obviously, tonight, because I'm starting a little bit later, it's less likely that people who would normally check around showtime will be seeing it. But yeah, I think one of the things that's worth talking about for Weather Factory, and I don't always, there's a lot that I can say about them, and I just don't think I give myself enough time in these intros. The open development, I think, is one thing that sort of makes them a unique and worthwhile studio following, because obviously playing a Weather Factory game doesn't just mean, I put the cards in the slots the right way and I had fun. Part of it means interacting with previously Lottie and Alexis, but now, a great number of people, all of which will be mentioned shortly. So to be able to see them interact with each other, in addition to being able to interact with them, whether it's feedback for the game or just being a fan or, sort of seeing their thought process as they go through. And I would argue that probably people who like my stuff will probably like that fact about Weather Factory, because of course this is the thing I do during my streams. I'm not particularly, I don't think there is a best at Cultist Simulator player. Certainly people don't watch me for skill, and that's true of Stellaris, and that's true of any game that I play. But it does seem that one constant through my viewership is that people do like to watch the reasoning behind it. And so if that's a reason why you happen to like what I do, it's almost certain that you will like Weather Factory's approach to game development. The other thing that's really interesting about them is that they seem to do a really good job of finding sort of value in stuff that other studios would throw away. So one thing that I really like that I got from the Kickstarter, the Cult Starter, the Kickstarter for Cultist Simulator is a USB stick, which has a number of the design documents. And I still look at it occasionally because obviously it's nice to sort of see the different versions of the game and how it's, changed over time. And I think one of the things that's interesting about this is that if you think about most game developers, I have to assume that there are spreadsheets and equivalent documents that have been made for lots of games. And yet it seems that it's Weather Factory and maybe a handful of others who have done this that I'm not aware of, that have actually been able to package this as a product that can be sold. Ultimately I went to a higher Kickstarter tier in order to be able to obtain it. They've created this artifact that has value. And I mean, I obviously value it enough to spend more on it. I'm sure everybody would love to say, this stuff should be free. But I would love to get Cultist Simulator for free too. They need to eat. So again, this is one of the reasons why I want to, and I'm taking a particularly long time to talk about the Book of Hours. Obviously, a new Weather Factory game is not something that that happens every day. And so September 3rd is kind of the big reveal for the Kickstarter. But if you want to be following that sort of lead up and that build up, really now is the time. Check out weatherfactory.biz, the website. Check out Factory Weather on Twitter. And it's a chance to maybe be able to capture a little bit of the experience that I had when I played this weird little prototype before the, or maybe it was just after the author went on their Ronin year. There's never just one history. In any case, if you'd like a little bit of the excitement that originally got me into the game, I would say definitely now is the time with the Book of Hours Kickstarter. Without further ado, who is responsible for this thing? Well, Alexis Kennedy did design, writing, and coding. Lottie Bevan did production, marketing, and biz, among many other things. Martin Nerukar of Nowhere Profit fame did UI design and coding. I believe there have been a couple of big patches for Nowhere Profit, if you are so inclined. Art by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. Lottie is obviously back on the Book of Hours, and I think it's Sarah Gordon is doing some art for it. I need to double check the names again. The music that you're listening to, Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. As I'm always fond of saying, this music is available to you either on your music service of choice. I use Apple Music, but you can also get the soundtrack on Steam, and you do not need to own the game if you are so inclined, so you can also give it as a gift. Audio by Soundcuts, additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagne, also known as Lyra Zyder, and Hannah Rose. Additional design by Callan Porter, marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey, and finally special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. We continue the story of Mr. Van Eck and his ghoulish ways. Okay. I believe I've gotten into the good habit of not leaving some terrible, time bomb for myself, but let's just review the position that we're in at the moment. I did make that fancy Grail painting. I can actually afford to make a few other paintings, but right now we're ducking it with the we're ducking the Bureau, the Suppression Bureau. Now, there's some logic that I had behind summoning the Servant of the Sun in rags. I think it was something to the effect of the winter that they generate would not be a problem because I could use that to upgrade followers, which is true up to the point that everybody is a disciple. I suppose I have some pawns and hangers on, but I think we're actually getting to a point where I'm not going to have uses for the winter. So maybe I should be a little more careful about that. What else do we have? We look like we're already on our way to... Yes, we've got an expedition through the continent. I should have enough... Yeah, this is continent, and this is the continent. So I should be using Forbidden Epics, but I think in this case I wanted to preserve the Callagine and the Percussagant. So I'm going to be locked into the continent for a little while, I think. Reading. All right. Working, we are summoning the servant for the sun in rags. We are reading the incandescent tantra. We're going back through the stag door, although I believe I was trying to go through the spider door to try and get some better secret histories now. I do at some point need to try and use one of these headquarters. I am most inclined to trying out the abandoned warehouse. I'm mostly just trying to find a place with a library, but I figure, moving headquarters that'll be the only way I can figure that out. How's my graveyard mouth? I've got 2, so I'm not in any particular rush to go to the graveyard, nor am I able to because I'm currently on an expedition. Clovette is desperately trying to get rid of the notoriety, but I have a feeling that I'm actually hurting myself more than helping in this regard. And I think that's it. I do need to be careful of fascination, but I believe I specifically had this restlessness set aside so that I would be able to turn that into dread. Now that's going to hurt my ability to earn an income, but I have other ways of managing that. And I can maybe do some commissions while I'm waiting for it. So, having reviewed our situation, we are reading the Incandescent Tantra, dialogues with an entity called the Crucible Prince. The prince warns about the appetites of his mistress, the Burning Queen, and the peril of the naked desire she shares with the sun, but professes his loyalty nevertheless. As far as the place we're exploring, the Foreman House. Unquestionably, this bleak mansion is haunted. The last visitor saw and fled the dead before they could touch him with their fraying hands. The visitor before claimed she saw nothing, but she died of despair exactly 1 year later to this day. This sounds like we're going to need some winter followers, but I believe Eau Claire is already on the case. No, Eau Claire is not on the case, so where did Eau Claire go? Or the artist formerly known as Eau Claire. Right, they're summoning the Maid in the Mirror. All right. We have everything that we need to continue. I hope you're all doing well, by the way. I think I might have said that before, but... All right, and the notoriety I would not want to lose was the one I lost. Fair enough. I think I'm going to keep using Clovette on this charm offensive because we're going to get the evidence, obviously, but I don't actually have anybody to go sneak that away. Okay, we've got a Trembling Heat, the Ascent of Knives, and the Painted River. I think in this case we're going to go for the Ascent of Knives. Okay, Bitter Atmosphere. Winter passes the clothes, passes the skin, nestles in the veins. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun in rags since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Alright. So I think the Bitter Atmosphere here we're just going to use to bring somebody into the cult. If I want, I can do maybe a higher upgrade, or alternatively I can just bring some people in. I'm not sure what I want to do with that yet. We don't have any bodies to sacrifice to the spider door, so we're just going to keep going through the stag door for the time being. And we've got restlessness from old and happy far off things. I forgot that, so we should be okay after the summoning. A rite which changes is necessarily a rite which destroys, but a great change requires a destruction of savage extent. The Khalidate invocation, which I do not believe we had before. I think we're actually a bit light on Forge, if memory serves. The names of the Forge have all spoken these words. Use this in a rite with knock influence and a bone flute, or other resources of equal power to summon a Callagine. Callagines are helpful. Alright, so Book of the Centipede. In the mid-1860s, when Madame Yi presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this book. I don't have any corpses to eat, I don't have anything else to do, so in this case I think reading the Book of the Centipede makes the most sense. The centipede was always found her way into the dark places. When she was punished for it, she reacted badly in the Mansis in Maya. Okay, let's see what the expedition brings. So our expedition plans for the next challenge, it'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. Now, ideally, I'm not going to use funds because I don't have any ways of generating income at the moment. But we've got the Fretful Dead. Not all dead rest easy. These ones dislike our intrusion. We can prevail against them with edge, or they may obey one who comes in the name of winter. So I can add a little bit more edge, or I can add a lot more winter. I've got 27 seconds, and the Maid in the Mirror will be appearing in 14 unless we have troubles. So we've got winter. We also have the Dry Soul Curse. We need Heart or Lantern to suppress this curse. Currently we have got more Heart than Lantern, so I can throw one of our Heart followers. Hello, Leo. Congratulations, we now have a lot of Heart. Now, if the Maid in the Mirror doesn't come along, Valken, oh crap, I dropped all my bits all over the place. It's so hard to hold on to all of these bits. Thank you very much, Valken. Obviously, it is never required, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It is over for now. How are we doing with staleness? Okay, I can actually take the opportunity to break some of my staleness. Thank you very much for the bits. It's still weird to see bits all over the place. I need to find a better way of managing that. But how are you doing? And how is Octavian? Because I've not seen him in a while. But this is purely my fault. Okay, so if the Maid in the Mirror tries to escape, which they do, the summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable. I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen happen. So reason to send it home, pronounce the words of dismissal, seal the circle tight, erase every trace. So a bit unlucky, because... Do I really have 20 winter? Oh, it's because of the Maid in the Mirror. I don't necessarily have a good way of preserving this bitter atmosphere. Oh, actually I do, because this will be here for 33 seconds, and this is only here for 30 seconds. But what it is going to mean is I'm going to have to add a kindly faced woman who is silent to the expedition. That's fine as well, because in the end, I'm still going to be putting Leo in no matter what, so I'm going to keep him there, and maybe if I'm lucky, we'll get the Maid in the Mirror on time. Oct has been streaming primarily while you're at work these past few weeks. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm making a decision about picking up a game because of him. It's a game I've never played before. I still do really like his emotes, though. Of course, it's easy to see why I like his emotes. These dead, with their avid, pitiful eyes, have died once already. Their hold on the waking world is weak. We should be able to send them down into darkness, but we must take care. So in this case, let's just add the kindly woman who is silent. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. Now, I am going to need to do something to get rid of the restlessness. Unfortunately, it may be too late for that. Okay, so Clovette just ate another Mystique. Not exactly what I wanted to have happen, but it's gone. We are safe. And I've got a chilly atmosphere. Okay, so it looks like I'm actually going to wind up with a number of dread to contend with. Let's think a little bit about how we'll play this. Okay, well, I have an obvious answer to begin with. So... Nope, because I need to pick a subject for the painting. So here are my options. I can try and summon another Maid in the Mirror. That'll get rid of this bitter atmosphere. Likely it will mean that the chilly atmosphere decays into dread, as does the restlessness. I can try and paint the restlessness and turn that into reduced Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft. So I could try and paint this restlessness and try and get the staleness dealt with. Alternatively, I can try and paint either the chilly atmosphere or the bitter atmosphere and get the dread dealt with. I think it's fair to say, though... Well... Nope, actually, I'm gonna go for broke on this one. Let's see if I can do something fancy here. So we're gonna do all passion. We're gonna do restlessness. So bitter atmosphere is gonna decay. All right, Forgotten Chronicle, Ascent of Knives, or Painted River. Let's do Painted River because a fascination will actually give me some safety. All right, fair enough. Forbidden Epic. The attention of the hours drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the Mansus through which the Painted River flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. Alright, well, I've got a spare now. Oh, and we continue to go through the stag door. Okay, more graveyard mouth. I'll have to consider that. The river runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. The Painted River runs the other way. One is barred to the centipede now, but she finds ways back in sometimes. And we've gained the Forgotten Chronicle, the story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war that was not fought. Obviously, we've since abandoned the Forgotten Chronicles as we've already gotten the places in the continent, but it doesn't hurt to do more. Now, it would of course be interesting, so I can study with chilly atmosphere, or I guess we do it the other way around. But anyways, I need another, basically, or I need a heart influence. So this isn't going to be too helpful for me right now. Can I study a fleeting reminiscence? That's right, because it has moth, and then moth can be subverted into lantern. Didn't even think of that. Okay. So, as far as study is concerned, obviously it will make sense eventually to use the elixir Zeboim to reduce my graveyard mouth, but in the current state, I need to focus on translating books. That seems to be the best use of my study slot for now. So, the irreproachable traditions of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, in Latin, not for long. Lock the study door, the work begins. I gotta sneeze, 1 second. Excuse me. Okay. In the meantime, the painting strategy is this. So Clovette's work is going to be finished sooner rather than later. We'll use this chilly atmosphere to upgrade a hanger-on or something like that into a proper follower. And then I'll still have enough time to use this icy atmosphere, and at that point I need to pick whether I want to use it for a painting, a summoning, or if I want to use it for another upgrade. And to my mind, at least, that is going to ensure that I don't. That's going to ensure that I don't. What do I want to say? It's going to ensure that I don't. I don't get dread, although Graveyard Mouth is actually my bigger worry. So we're going to go up to 3 here, and then 4 with this other Season of Ambitions, and of course we have got a fairly long-run little adventure going on here. So what I might wind up doing is taking the Callagine to deal with the evidence. He'll have to do something about the Percussagant, and we'll maybe take a break from the expeditions just long enough to be able to eat some bodies. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Okay. Colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Tempting to do so. Obviously, I would like to have some more special paintings, but we need to deal with dread first. So, optimism is the spice which saves. Okay. The plan is now set in motion. So we'll add the hanger on, and we'll add the chilly atmosphere. This one is ready. Usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. So of course the icy atmosphere is going to decay to that, to the chilly atmosphere before too long. It'd be nice if there's something that I can do with the fleeting reminiscence. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Magnificent work. Okay. The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So we're not going to be adding anything else to the expedition because the curse will already be dealt with. My recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. Okay, so more mystique. I gained fascination for my trouble, so actually I think I'm going to revise my strategy and say that the icy atmosphere will now... I'm going to slate that for turning into dread. And we basically made our money back. How much? Wow, we only lost the one staleness. Fair enough. Okay. Alternatively, I can use this fleeting reminiscence to sort of eat the fascination, but in this case, I think I'm just going to let the icy atmosphere run down. We already know Season of Ambitions is coming up next, so I don't have... Well, there's an outside chance I have to worry about dread, but I'm comfortable enough risking it. So, let's say... I'm going to paint again. Is it smart for me to run this notoriety right now? No, it isn't. So I'll be getting less money for it, but I'm going to extend the fleeting reminiscence and try and get some of that staleness down. Oh, and I need to be talking with someone. Who do I want to talk with? It was going to be Miss Nania to convert the fleeting reminiscence. That's right. I'm an idiot. I'm still going to do it. And I will paint my contentment. A furious air. Anger is implicit in every shape. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Obviously, I would previously have used this to summon a maid in the mirror. Not clear that I'm going to do that now, but we'll see what time brings. Of the places my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Okay. So again, the age-old question, which door do I go through? And in this case, I still think the stag door gives me more options as time goes by. Alright, we knew Graveyard Mouth was coming up again, and it's a season of silence, which means we'll be able to nullify the fascination with dread. Everything will be good there, so... The Irreproachable Traditions. The Irreproachable Traditions of the Society of the Noble Endeavor. The members of the Society of the Noble Endeavor adopted noble names as their initiation. Parzival, Roland, Oisin, and they drew their inspiration from the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. One Samuel Partridge has chronicled their efforts. Here we will read The Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Leith, who it is here implied were inspired by the centipede. Serrano Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. We are strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against this curse. Again, we'll spend money on the paint. We may only make our money back, but it certainly doesn't hurt. Alright. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. So... I think I am going to use the restlessness in the medium job. There is an argument for me to take all this passion and put it towards painting, but in this case I think I need to get myself a little bit more secure in terms of funding. Although I should be considering what I want to do with my talk verb. This seems like a job for Clovette. I see mistakes, but I can also see the end. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Alright. I've got 3 more graveyard mouth to tide me over if it comes down to it. Clovette's efforts are not going to get me anything, I don't think. Although we came out ahead with a painting, which was unexpected. How are we doing? We're down to 1 staleness. That's not a bad outcome. But I am going to take my restlessness and do my medium job for the next little while, just to pay the bills. Perfect timing. Okay. If I want to summon something, Subtle Rupture will be helpful. Fact of the matter is, if I'm using the medium job, I'm not going to be able to use that Subtle Rupture, so we'll go back to the Ascent of Knives. And we got an Urgency of Appetite. It is difficult to control oneself. The Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare, the Mother of Mirrors, and Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands the last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. And Pausai, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach. I made no sound. I only observed. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is get rid of this fascination. I had, so the project that I was working on is effectively done. I need to polish up, I kind of did a rush draft, and I want to actually sit down and do like the proper thing, like the proper work. And then there's a little bit of tidying up that I need to do with the image and that. But I'm effectively at the point here where I just need some feedback from, it's kind of the person who it's for everyone, but there was someone who definitely sort of pushed me over the edge in terms of like really getting serious with it and trying to put some special effort in. Because one of the things about my special side projects are, like to me, it's sometimes sufficient to be right. This means that if I am exploring a question and, you know, I'm trying to come up with some kind of a quantitative answer, I am not necessarily going to put a lot of effort into trying to tidy it up and put it into something that an outside audience would immediately be able to regard, because, you know, it's largely for me, right? I found the answer to the thing that I was looking for. That's all that's required. So the reception that I got was kind enough that I thought, okay, well, let's make this something special. And so I'm kind of, I mean, the thing that I hate about this is really what I should do is I should just kind of say, all right, I'm not going to use any excuses. If I haven't heard from someone, I haven't heard from someone, and just plow ahead and get the thing done. But I haven't done that yet. So, but one way or the other, it's really just a matter of setting up an appropriate time, and we'll be ready to go. So, the Serenity of the Blackwood, and it is Cultist Simulator related. An allegorical history of the House of Leith, who is here implied were inspired by the Centipede. Serrano Blackwood is an occult alias to this day, so nothing changes when we translate it. Let's read the irreproachable traditions of the Society of the Noble Endeavor. Their endeavor was no less noble, a furious arcane conflagration which would refine them into something more than human, but such transformations are rare and often ended less nobly in ashes. We beat the curse, so really this is just a matter of waiting to get our goodies. Season of Sickness is coming up next, and looks like we've got Old and Happy Far Off Things popping up soon. So I'm going to take the opportunity to get rid of that last level of staleness. And of course, we're finishing the expedition soon, so now's probably a good time for me to consider putting the expeditions on hold for a bit. Nice. By the standards of Daylight Society, the standards of Daylight Society cannot apply to us, but perhaps we won't emphasize that point. Perhaps we'll rely on charm and good humor. I have supplied elegant platitudes about the high principles of our organization. So with any luck, we'll get rid of that notoriety. We'll also gain some for the expedition, but nothing to be done about that. In the room that overlooks the grimy glass of the broken conservatory, twisted shapes, yellow pale as maggots recline on slabs of wood. These are the plaster casts that the foreman made of poor souls inhabited by the creatures he studied. In some of the figures, the entry holes are visible in the relevant surface. In others, we might assume the creatures entered by ear or mouth or elsewhere. Okay, so this vitality is timely. Obviously, that'll help us with the Season of Sickness. And this restlessness will eventually go into our medium job, but we'll not rush these things. Right, the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. Let me think a little bit about this now. So this was used to paint. I think I'll use this one to paint as well, and then just get Miss Nania to convert the... Oops, what am I doing? I'll get Miss Nania to convert the fleeting reminiscence. We might also get a fascination out of this. The room is empty, but at last we chance to break one of the casts. We find Foreman's library treasures cached in the figure's yellowing abdomen. So, notoriety, we knew that was coming. Good work, Leo. Callagine, we're going to use you for something different. Pergusagant, we might have to lose you, but... Alright, the world does not weep. Brown Joshua found this in a wall in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. Is concursus? No. The Devoured Tantra. The diplomat priest Stanislav John Schaller transcribed this from the library of a Red Long, but his manuscript remains in a private collection in Karashim. We have the Deeds of the Scarred Captain, painstakingly assembled by the soldier of fortune and sometimes remittance man Pavel Shulga during his years in Greece. And on Matthias and Amethyst Imago, Transformation. Alright, well, we know that's going to be Aramaic. Alright, let's not beat about the bush. Let's just let's dig up some bodies. Optimism is a spice which saves. Always good news. I just need a minute to think about what I was going to do with the conversations. Right, Callagine first to get rid of the tentative evidence. Partridge claims to have identified consistent features among those who ascended. All of them had passed through the stag door and were accounted no. All of them spoke with the Khaladite invocation or... All of them spoke the Khaladite invocation or a greater rite at the start of their ascension, and all of them were rich. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak, a word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. Alright. The proverbial footloose gathers travelers in a wood and leads them through, but abandons them part way. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. And then there was something I was going to do with Dream. Right, it was dealing with the sickness in a minute. I mean, in theory, I could still go to the Mansis, but it's probably just as well that I don't. The artist's reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So it's another fascination to bedevil me, so I will adjust my plans accordingly. I think what we'll do here is the fleeting reminiscence will be... I'm going to use the fleeting reminiscence to get rid of the fascination, and then the restlessness will be converted. Nope, it can't be converted with Miss Nania because I don't have enough time. All right, well, let's see what we're working with then. Okay, slightly ahead with the money. In this case, restlessness gets used in my job as a medium until I find something else I can do. Oops. And in this case, I'm willing to wait a little while on healing the sickness. Now, with luck, the minion is going to properly destroy this evidence. There is an outside chance if it fails that I won't be able to get rid of the evidence in time. But I think it's fairly remote. I found a promising burial ground, so there's my dedication remembrance. I think one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to try and get the percussivant to dig up the body. I need to be a little careful on this because obviously the study is what I need to actually eat. I can use the percussivant. Stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. So yeah, Season of Suspicion is going to complicate things a little bit, but I think our timers are staggered enough that we'll be able to get through it. Been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So clearly the Clovette Charm Offensive is gonna go away for a little while because we have plenty of mystique, and that will hopefully help us weather the attention of the weary detective. All right, I await word. Alright, the shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So I wanted to clear that out as soon as possible, just because I do want to make sure that the human corpse is not on the table in time for the weary detective to go searching. The travelers discover that they can survive if they close their eyes. They adopt a closed eye as their sign, and that they can go unnoticed if they drink from the clear, cold streams. They never forget the proverbial footloose, the centipede, but they never forgive her either. Centipede Testament. The centipede came up out of the sands and went in under the roots. She found a new home, but now she can't go home. She creeps in everywhere else, keyholes and histories, and the channels of birth and sight and hearing. Here's what she has to say. Okay. I'm going to wait a little while on the cemetery, but we will take the elixir, we'll take the human corpse, and we will take the remembrance. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with the shivers of revulsion. In just a couple seconds. All right, perfect. So we'll take the cemetery here. Take the percussivant. Actually, I'm going to wait just 3 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds, so give myself enough time to clear the spot. All right, my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little safer. So the Callagene is the one that's now out in the open and exposed. Got to think a little bit about how I'm going to handle that, to be completely honest. So restlessness is coming up again. That's going to complicate. Nope, we'll be fine. I do, however, need to figure out what I'm going to do with this fascination. There's also temptation just to use talk to the Callagene to keep it in the world. I think I am going to do that. Now, as far as Dream is concerned, there is a side of me that thinks... I mean, the smarter thing to do with the fascination is just let the restlessness run out. It's nice to have a constant stream of mystique and whatnot and money, but I think getting rid of fascination is the slightly higher priority for me right now. Okay, so with that in mind, we will take the affliction and the vitality, and I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. All I need is time to heal, and let's try and get rid of that last point of staleness. So this time I'm going to add 1 mystique. And the real question is, what do I do with my inspiration? I will use it. I'll use fascination as my inspiration. So main reason here is that Fascination is Moth. That means that there's another chance that Old and Happy Far Off Things will be triggered, and of course if Old and Happy Far Off Things gets triggered, that means that I have the possibility of earning a Restlessness. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Also, I'm mistaken. Obviously, I can use this in the medium job as well. Alternatively, I can use this with Miss Nania if I'm feeling adventuresome. I don't see why that would help, but... Colors of the Night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Now, I'm mildly curious if I take Refulgin. All right. Actually, no, I don't think it would indicate if it went through. I'm just mildly curious whether or not... Oh, wait, no, that wouldn't make sense because it would have to be piebald pigment. Because there is some moth lore behind this thing. But I don't think that makes sense because Passion always has moth. I think you actually have to have a lore inside of it. Anyways, we'll paint with money because that's what we always do. Studying. I will have a corpse in a minute. Alright, now quickly, we need to make sure that we get these things squirreled away because in 17 seconds we're going to have to deal with the event. Now the bigger question is whether or not I want to try and take the Percussagant on another trip, and I think in this case I will. There's a small danger that the event is going to have my, my temptation sort of sucked away for longer than I want it. But I think my hunch here is correct, that I'm gonna get the corpse back in time. I believe I actually get a fleeting I get a restlessness out of this. Shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to be able to cheese out a. I'm going to be able to cheese out another kick at the corpse. Okay, so in 26 seconds, which means I'm safe to ransack the cemetery one more time. Recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. Well, I got another fascination for my trouble. Season of Suspicion coming up, so nothing to worry about there. Let's go and take something menacing. At the moment, I think I'm just going to take something menacing and use it in the clandestine consultation. My reputation as a performer is ruined, but my... Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, the staleness is gone. Yeah, let's just use the... So it's sometimes nice to use it with Miss Nania, but I think in this case we'll accept the something menacing. The great mercy of dreams is that they often do not intrude into waking life. This will be stark. I may not enjoy it. Okay. Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. So I've got 24 seconds before the percussagant comes back with a corpse. And that will actually be enough for the... That'll be enough to get rid of my my graveyard mouth. So what we're going to do here, let's ditch the younger of the fascination. Does it make sense for me to talk with... Yes, I will talk with the Caladean. It'll take a minute, but that's life. As yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs inside me. So the real question on this one is, do I decay to dread and get rid of the fascination, or do I use this to continue doing my medium thing, and instead we take something unexpected and use that with Miss Nania? And I'm not actually 100% sure what path I'm going to take yet. We'll see what the next season gives us. Actually, I guess I'll have to make a decision when the work slot runs by. I think intuition's enough to go through this, but I might actually, maybe for the benefit just of clarity, maybe I'll actually talk myself through the reasoning. Okay, the shovel strikes dirt. That's a good sign. If the coffin's too far rotted, usually the remains are scanned. And feast upon a corpse. There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. And we have something profitable again. Alright, so again, before we give the detective any more evidence, we will eat the last corpse, and that'll take us to Graveyard Mouth 0. And so, to my mind, we're done with the cemetery. The only other thing that I could think of, it might make sense for me to try and go to an auction and get rid of Gildersleeve's grammar and the Fusine book. I'm slightly more inclined to start up another expedition right away and just, like, preserve my followers. I'm just trying to think if there's something that I can do in 30 seconds with a summon that makes sense. It really doesn't. Okay, so let's see Orthos Wood instead. The pines grow as thick as hairs on a dog's back. The airs of the inner wood are chokingly thick with resin and dust. The source that brought you here claimed that in the dawn times, the greatest tree at the wood's black heart served as a perch for the great masked crow. So that doesn't tell us a lot about what we'll find in here. This definitely seems like a lantern thing, and of course moth always gets associated with the wood as well. Yeah, we'll go through Orthos Wood. So we'll bring the percussagant. We'll throw 2 monies. And in the black heart of Orthos Wood, we might find the tree where the masked crow met its peers, but the forest itself is a peril, and the cannibal clans who live there are another. Alright, well, let's make things interesting, and we'll bring Yuzabet to begin with. Bring the dead something menacing. My client is aghast, but also agog. Some people will pay for this. Some people will pay for anything. Okay, so the dread helps me here. And extra money. So in this case, we can go back to our normal job as a medium. And this will give us a chance to talk with Miss Nania about the remaining 2 memories. And then we'll take the fascination and double it up with the dread. My own heart pumps more strongly today, so I don't have any disease to worry about. We'll be okay. The expedition plans for its next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So, the peril-proud forests. Long ago, the primal trees marched from sea to sea, and some traces of their reign still survive, like this dense and choking territory of root and thorn. The practicalities of forge or the mysteries of moth may see us through. So, it turns out the moth intuition was correct. Lantern less so. Mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but still quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. So obviously here, using the powers of moth will see us through. I could add one of my existing followers, but I think it makes a lot more sense just for me to take advantage of the Callagine when it becomes available. And Johnny Big Time, I see you coming online. If you're not in my channel, I'm going to be super angry at you. Yeah, this has ceased to be me feeling super happy that my favorite streamer's coming in to watch my stream. It's now an expectation. I become a very demanding friend. Okay, Feast Upon a Corpse. There's something, sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we get to put away our corpse-eating tools for a while. Something menacing is obviously going to generate another dread, which I don't particularly want. And I'm going to take a minute here to rearrange my mystique. So I'm going to try and put, you know what, it doesn't... I will put the older stuff at the edge here, but I know this isn't going to work because I'm always going to generate new mystique, and that's why this system doesn't work. But, oh, hello. At least for a brief while, this will look somewhat efficient. So as nice as this looks, the problem is that it's going to burn down this way, and then I'm going to add new Mystique, and it's going to be added on the top here, or I'm going to have to rearrange it each time. Okay. I don't have Aramaic yet. Concursum is Frisian, this is Vac, but we do have Sanskrit, so... I've been paid my fee. Difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. This is completely unrelated to Cultist Simulator, but I do have a quick question for some of you fans of conventional video games. Does anybody here play Rainbow Six Siege? And in your opinion, is it worth it? The air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumped flesh. Better, perhaps. I should have considered this. I didn't actually need to worry about that dread, because getting rid of the fascination once would have given me a fleeting reminiscence, which would allow me to get rid of the fascination. I think it might be interesting to try and do like a challenge run in the future, where I impose the rule I'm not allowed to use fleeting reminiscence to destroy fascination. That might be a fun little challenge to do. Something for another time, though. Okay, Callagine. What's the health on these things? So we've got 160 on the Callagine and 111 on the Perguscant. Will live. Okay. Time for a conversation with Miss Nania. Share an ultra memory with Miss Nania. Miss Nania's expression is difficult to read today. I have become conscious of her eyes, her mouth, the lines of her face as separate objects, conjunct only by chance, like the contents of someone's pockets emptied onto a table. Get ready to watch the dominoes. Maybe not. The wood beneath the mantis is darker even than this place. The moth will guide our footfalls. Success is very likely. Never mind. Actually, what I could have done. All right. Not quite gonna have the fleeting reminiscence around long enough to get this done, so we'll buy ourselves some more time with the existing restlessness. I'm gonna try and do something clever with the fleeting reminiscence so I can sort of get the maximum value out of all of these cards. Miss Nania says nothing, but there in the gallery I snatch my pen from my pocket and I write frenziedly, as if I had been given directions by someone whispering in my ear. When I follow the directions, I find something precious. Rose pearl dust. I don't have a heart painting yet, so that's not bad. Something profitable. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. Share a profitable memory with Miss Nania. So in 30 seconds we'll get our prize. And then following that, a light through the trees. There's something up ahead. We've made it through the forest. Okay. So good timing, of course, to get rid of all of the fascination. We also have a Season of Despair coming up, so I want to keep mindful of that. I think the only way I can get the despair at the moment, though, would be from reading books, so I'll maybe avoid that. The Devourer Thatcher, the Diplomat Priest, Stanislav John Schaller, transcribed this from the Library of Red Long, but his manuscript remains in a private collection in Kersham. Okay, so nothing new in the text. Again, because we have the possibility of dread coming up, let's just get our translations done before we do anything too clever. The deeds of the scarred captain painstakingly assemble... Oh wait, we read that already, so let's just translate the Greek. Is there something to be learnt from the satisfaction of desire? The air is curled now. I am home again in this lump in flesh. Better, perhaps. Okay, I need to figure out what I want to do with my dreams now, so I think, again, for lack of a better option, we will go through the stag door. Alright, Miss Nania says nothing, but afterwards I think of her when I'm browsing a junk shop and I buy something silly on impulse. Alright, decision time. So, I've got 30 seconds. I was going to try and turn like one of these into a restlessness. You know, it's just not worth the trouble. I'm going to get the same result from them anyway, so I think I'll just let these run through and I'll send the something menacing to Miss Nania and see what the possible consequences are. May give me a dread, but share a menacing memory with Miss Nania. Her eyes are watchful. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now or send another follower. So, Watcher's coming up next, but we've got everything that we need, seeing as it's Moth for both. Excuse me. I should also probably put the pawn with the pawns. So that is actually, I think this is a Grail pawn. This is something like Enlightenment. Back to the medium job. One of the things that's nice about the medium job, of course, is that it creates confusion for the weary detective. Miss Nania says nothing, but I remember her long afterwards how her eyes flashed. All right, we are in reasonably good shape. So I think what we're going to do here, I'm going to hold on to this fleeting reminiscence for now. I'm going to have a chat. I'm going to use the restlessness to paint. For this round, and then partway through the painting I'm going to chat with Miss Nania to turn this into a restlessness. Slyville, how you doing? Thank you very much for the host. I appreciate that. So one of the tricks for me has always been each playthrough that I do for the game is I do basically I do a different pattern for each one. The priest was a pretty easy one to do, but the idea behind this, the actual shape that I made was this. And then the reasoning was that it allowed me to extend the shape with the sort of the emergent verbs. Now, Slyville, I don't believe you may have come before and I just simply don't remember the name, but have you rated me before? Am I just a really bad host, or is this the first time? I have to assume you were playing Cultist Simulator, and I see Jovan Maxis is familiar with the medium. This is the run. Is this the same run? I started a run on the Steam page, and I actually think that medium died, and we did another one. Anyways, I've not completed the medium run yet. This is a playthrough that we started back at its release, but I do only play this game once a week and then have a break once a month. So I make slow progress. But anyways, I'm having a good time with it. I think I kind of like the priest a little bit more, and I know that's the opposite. I think most people don't like the priest. But I will save my impressions. This is like which of your children is your favorite. I actually really like I really like Cultist Simulator overall. So at the moment though, I'm kind of feeling, I don't know, maybe I just like the themes of the priest a little bit more. But Jinxette, how you doing? And the Chauffeur Ghoul Run gonna sign off to avoid spoilers. No problem. It's Don DW. Can you please explain the changes in this DLC? Absolutely. Now, I should just clarify, are you looking for the changes specific to the Medium Legacy? Or are you looking at the overall changes to the game that came with the Priest and the Ghoul DLCs? Because obviously one applies to the game throughout, one is specific to the content which you may or may not own and so are making a purchase decision for. I can answer both. I just want to be clear on what you were asking for. And Slyville, you have, and you're playing Cultist Sim less. Priest took so long. Going to lurk. Yeah, no problem, Slyville. And sorry I didn't remember right away. It's like it was enough for me to be cautious and say, wait a minute, do I know you from somewhere? But I really hate being the insincere guy who's like, hey, yeah, I remember you from that thing once upon a time. Anyways, thank you very much. More importantly, I also particularly like taking the opportunity to say, I don't stream this game as often as everybody would like, so please take a minute and check out Slyvel to fill that cultist gap whenever you should need. Also, if I'm just sucking that night, you can check them out. With both DLCs, please. Okay, so I'm going to avoid what could be considered a... So I'll let you there. Okay, there's a figure that's on the board here, which you don't start off with. And I'm going to explain it as a goal, but it's a goal that you actually need to figure out by playing it. So the Ghoul DLC gives you the medium legacy. Essentially, you're not exactly a magician. You know, you put on this act to speak to the dead, and one day the dead wind up speaking through you in a much more direct way than you're familiar with. And essentially your reputation's disgraced, so here I've got reputation as a medium. Sometimes I speak in voices that even I do not expect. And essentially, this legacy will... eventually you find an elixir, the elixir Zeboim, which kind of implants some spores inside you, which give you a taste for human flesh. So you get the dedication remembrance out of that, and so when the Season of Restlessness comes by, or Season of Ambitions, rather, I'm just going to pause this for a second and read the next message here. We've got Distorted Say. Good evening, everyone. You've been lurking for a bit, getting things done in the background. Hope everyone is doing well. The atmosphere of this game is so soothing to watch. Thank you for saying so. It's why I like playing this game. Obviously, I have nothing to do with the atmosphere of the game, but I like it when people say Cultist is nice. All right, so Don W. So basically, one of the differences is that your legacy can't be changed. Effectively, so specifically it's dedication remembrance, but one of the big things that happens is when your Season of Ambitions comes by, you gain sort of a hunger point. And if those hunger points go to 7, something bad happens, so you want to avoid that. And the way that you stop the hunger point from going to 7 is by eating corpses. Now, there's lots of different ways that you can get corpses. That's part of the fun of this, but that's one of the big changes. The other big change is that your dedication remembrance, unlike the other legacies, this isn't actually the thing that you advance to get further in the DLC. You wind up creating the pale painting. So pale canvas, I must go very carefully. The memories that I need to convey will take flight from the canvas if I depict them too strongly. I will find those memories in the flesh of the dead, and perhaps even, if I must, in my own dying flesh. So essentially, you are painting these memories that you uncover through playing the Ghoul, and you're sort of creating this masterpiece. So that's the Ghoul in a nutshell. I would argue that beyond the strangeness of the pale canvas and the corpse mechanic, it is a lot more like the other legacies. So I would argue, to a certain extent, somebody who's familiar with the game already will probably find that a little bit more... I think the jump from base Cultist Simulator to the Ghoul is probably a shorter distance than it is for the Priest. The Priest DLC, you play sort of this, not exactly disgraced, but definitely like we're putting you into this parish because you did something bad, and this is where, you know, you're gonna learn some humility, and people aren't gonna watch you. And you sort of find out that your predecessor had laid the groundwork of you founding your own cult. And essentially that one, you become a doorway through which your congregation will pass. And this involves getting a number of scars. And ultimately those scars will be opened up for you to become the path through which people will pass. It's very much in sort of the traditions of like the mortification of the flesh, and, you know, there's some pretty brutal things that happen inside of it. If you kind of like this body horror kind of writing, it's a DLC for you for sure. I found it a very satisfying playthrough to go through. I found it like the theme appeals to me, and I liked the challenge of it, but I will definitely say it is one of the more difficult DLCs to go through. And in that one, essentially what it is it's a much more like a puzzle than the other DLCs in the game. There are actually some things that you need to figure out about how different things interact with each other to get your final steps. Distorted Say says, as weird as it may sound, you fit well with the atmosphere of Cultist Simulator. Could definitely lead a group of disciples into the realm of the occult. Well, I mean, Distorted Say, it's obviously I've done, Weather Factory has been incredibly kind to me in terms of giving me some opportunities to stream on their store page and whatnot. So I'm. It's not news that it's a good fit, but it's always very delightful to hear that because I'm not a very good judge of that sort of thing. Like, obviously, I think I'm the best at everything that I do and blah, 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 blah. But to hear somebody say, hey, it's a good fit. Obviously, there's a reason I've kept with the game, but thank you. It's nice to hear because I do make an effort to try and match. Sean, how you doing? Sounds very intriguing. Love watching you play and the depths in which you explain what I'm doing. Well, thank you, Don W. But yeah, the priest is definitely, again, if you imagine, if you play Darkest Dungeon, the introduction of the Flagellant would love the priest DLC. And then I was talking about overall changes to some of the mechanics. So some of the biggest changes that were introduced in the last batch of DLCs, this would be the priest and the ghoul. And these are things that are not specific to those legacies, so they affect everyone. One of the big changes will be about what some of your summons can do. So here we've got a Callagine and here we've got a Percussagant. We've got Aspect Phylaxian. If I speak with this one about my health, it can offer protection against disease. We've also got Aspect Thresher of Thoughts. If I speak to this one, I could offer it my reason. You can offer reason and passion to your summons, and it will turn into something, and it's up to you to decide whether you want to do that and whether it's worth the risk. Another really big change that came in with the DLC, and again, this is true for base Cultist Simulator, even if you don't own the DLC, the painting mechanics have changed. So it used to be that painting was an extremely strong way of making money. You'd basically pile up a bunch of reputation and you would make, 4 or 5 units of funds every time that you would paint. And so it would mean that you'd actually want to stack up a lot of reputation and you'd never really have any consequences for it. And you'd not really fear for your financial well-being. And clearly in a game which is sort of trying to say, you've got these inner desires that you want to fulfill, and the day-to-day world of having to make dinner and keep a roof over your head, obviously that's not really in keeping with the theme of the game. So essentially, and I mean, I also think it's not coincidental that this mechanic is being brought in with the final DLC of a game that Weather Factory has been making for a year. There's basically staleness. So the idea is that you're doing the same thing over and over again, and it's not getting the same attention that it used to. And so essentially in the game, you need to come up with a little bit of a balance between doing new and original artworks, as well as doing ones where you can coast on your reputation a little bit and make some extra money. It's very obvious to see why you would want to do this in the Ghoul DLC, which has quite a bit to do with painting. But more broadly, it's essentially a nerf to painting, so that it's no longer like a dominant choice to just paint everything away. And I think that would be the most kind of 30,000 foot overview of what the changes in the DLC were for standard players and DLC players. Also, I'm going to take a quick minute here and say, for those of you who like weird and wonderful games such as Cultist Simulator, one of you already know what's coming up. Oh. I'm not going to give a specific game this time, but Sean is somebody who I get to see a new short little indie game from each month. Regrettably, this month I will not. I am streaming this game tonight because there is no Dirty Rectangles going on, unless there was something happening at Avant Garde that I wasn't aware of. But Sean is a game developer in the city that I live in. You can check out that itch page, Sean S. LeBlanc at itch.io. They're a lot of fun. I think Sean has to put up with a Cultist Simulator rant once a month. And somebody who's been very good in terms of supporting the channel, in terms of coming up and hanging out. But one of the intentions of me going to these meetups is to actually find interesting local games that I can share with people. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, Cultist Simulator was an opportunity for me really to engage with games at a level that I hadn't before. And, you know, the nice side effect of it was to find out that Lottie and Alexis are like impossibly nice people, and that if you get to actually talk with the people who made the game, you, one, gain a better appreciation for the game, but number two, you just meet people who are actually really interesting and you want to hear more from. So Sean is one of these people, and Sean is one of the ones who kind of I can regularly sort of tout because he's got a very good internet presence. There are a couple of other ones. The game is formerly known as Spring and Flow. I think it's now called Spring Falls. That's one that I'm hoping to get a chance to show to you when it's ready. As well as a few other side games. There was that game Eye of Ra, which I talked about a little bit before as well. But essentially every month, I don't do Cultist Simulator. I instead go and look at a bunch of people with infinitely more talent than me producing these fun little passion projects. And Sean is one of the people who has made it very easy to share his work. So please check it out. All right, back to Cultist Simulator. Look closer, closer still. Closer! Keep looking closer. Now close your eyes. All right, the diamond's broken. I gotta think for a minute what I want to do with talk. Oh, that's right. I've been meaning to do something with talk the whole time. And so Madame Bichet gets her commission, as will Count Jannings. I guess this makes it like it's an arrowhead or a rocket ship. I prepared the text for study, the deeds of the scarred captain, painstakingly assembled by the soldier of fortune and sometimes remittance man Pavel Shulga during his years in Greece. So again, no different text from that. I think I'm going to wait. No, actually, it'll take me a minute to read. So let's read the Edge book. An account of the founding of the Mycenae by the scarred captain who first slew 7 monsters to make the land safe. So what I was worried about was the dread, but of course it'll take me a minute to read the book, so this thing will be long gone by then. And we've got a Season of Ardors coming up next, so because I don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend, I am content. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip, so glimmering mystique is always welcome. We'll give Jannings his work as well, and we will start trying to get some more. Okay, I think I'm going to do the Ascent of Knives again, just on the risk that the Painted River... I think in this case the Painted River will have fascination because we got lore last time, but I might not be remembering this properly. Nope, we got a bitter atmosphere though. So, if I'm feeling particularly bold, I can try and bring in a Maid in the Mirror again. If I'm feeling like a sissy, then I can just use it in a recruitment. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun and rag since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. So we got here, winter passes the clothes, passes the skin, nestles in the veins. I think I'm actually going to give it... I'm going to take a chance to summon the Maid in the Mirror. That means I'll be ignoring the rousing air, but... Oops. Okay, now if I'm going to do a summoning, I need to get rid of the restlessness. So first up, I'm actually... I'm really going to cause troubles for myself. I'm going to paint the rousing air. Nope, I can't. Drat. Oh yeah, actually none of this makes any sense. I really should not have done a full passion painting. Oh boy, I really caused myself some problems here. So if I don't get rid of this restlessness, it's going to turn into dread. Okay, because I've used the 4. Okay, the problem is that I got too clever and I basically started making 2 paintings in my head at once. So you want a bunch of passion if you want to make one of these masterpieces. I was like, okay, well, I've got some spare like influence and whatnot here. Why don't I make one of these masterpiece paintings? Well, the reason is because I started painting so that I can get rid of the restlessness. And of course, now I'm just going to wind up with a fascination after doing 4 passion. At least you won't go stale. Indeed, I actually already got rid of my staleness, but not a bad way to introduce the mechanic. So I think what I'm going to do here, again, I don't want to waste it. So the question is, do I want to use my bitter atmosphere to make the masterpiece? Because I believe I will still get some winter influence at that point. I'll get some winter influence, but it's debatable as to whether or not it'll be enough for a Maid in the Mirror. In that case, I can combine it with the Grey Dawn oil. I could take a Forge influence and add the bitter black salts. We've already got the vital pigment, so I don't need to worry about that, but I could take maybe a rose pearl dust with the heart, or the piebald pigment with... you know what? Let's not get fancy. Let's just keep the bitter atmosphere and run by. So this was just a pure blunder on my part, but I have a way of getting rid of the restlessness. So I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So first we'll have a chat with Miss Nania, seek consolation for my restlessness. Rousing air will decay on its own. I'm not too worried about that because it doesn't turn into anything. Need to start making room for my translations. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We will pass in silent secrecy. She understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. So one slightly tempting approach would be to try and get all the masterpieces done at once and then let all the notoriety sort of fall out on their own. Unfortunately, I don't have enough passion to be able to kind of do that consistently. So my second best is going to be... I think I'll just knock down the Fleeting Reminiscence on its own, and whatever's left I'll chat with Miss Nania and turn into a proper restlessness and go back to that well. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. Alright, Dr. Adim would like a commission on the secret histories. My recent work has gone unnoticed. Nothing is sold, perhaps. Oh, damn it! It would help if I actually gave it the paints. I have blown it yet again. Okay, well, I get 30 seconds on the clandestine consultation. I completely ignored put the Grey Dawn oil in. Sorry, I'm just not paying attention. As the captain destroys each monster, a flood of blood rises higher until at last a priestess drowns and is reborn as a serpent goddess. She blesses the captain, and he departs for the house above the forest, leaving Mycenae to reign supreme after the flood of blood subsides. We've got the colonel's names again. So if I wanted to summon a Maid in the Mirror, I suppose now is my opportunity. Obviously, I went down this strange path to buy myself a little bit of time. The Fleeting Reminiscence doesn't change that, by the way, because that only takes 30 seconds to do my medium job. It may be a medium job, but it is well done. The Devoured Tantra warns of the uses and dangers of appetite, but devotes an entire passage to the star-limbed hunger-bringers, who it describes with obvious affection. Okay. Can't get any new commissions. I can bring people into the cult, though. I believe I got 5 staleness for that. Am I winning, Doc Tabasco? Having fun is the real winning. Yeah, I mean, we haven't died. The trick on this one is that winning is very relative in Cultist Simulator on this one. Like, you technically win if you give up on your dreams of being a cult leader and just go and work at the bank, but apparently your friends shame you if you do that. So, but yes, we are painting the pale painting, and I have a pretty clear idea of what I need to do to paint more of the pale painting. All right. I had something I was going to do for... Yes, I was going to recruit someone. So let's get a lantern cultist in. We won't waste too much on him, just a white ceremony. This one is ready. You see no power problems here, System Chalk? Oh, Dublin! It's, yes, obviously... actually, I believe Johnny Big Time is now playing Rainbow Six Siege. So if he's telling you that he's not streaming because he's playing Siege, it's because he's a liar. Sorry, I'm actually going to take a minute to see if Johnny's on here. Johnny is not streaming. I believe he did genuinely have power problems, though, so... It is difficult to control oneself, so we got an urgency of appetite. The Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare and the Mother of and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. Impausi, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach, I made no sound, I only observed. Now, the urgency of appetite won't be useful for paintings, clearly, because we've already got it in here, but... And... Bigger question is, do I want to go through that door again? Why not? There's less for me through it, but that hasn't stopped me before. This is the great oak where the masked crow once roosted. Lightning has split it from head to heart, and the tree is charred and rotting. It squirms with finger-length worms. Something glints dully as the swarm in the swarm of dead roots. So we know that we're going to be getting another notoriety in a minute, but at this point here, like, if I'm that scared of the Suppression Bureau, then the Suppression Bureau is working as intended. Like, obviously, the purpose of having a police force is to prevent crimes from occurring, not like kind of catching it. I mean, yes, they catch them after they're done, but it is better to prevent the crimes. So in this case, I'll just do things that generate notoriety and I'll deal with it after the fact. Clearly I don't have enough time for the bitter atmosphere, so I think in this case here, I'm going to add a Maid in the Mirror to the mix. And this is largely because I can, rather than having any particular purpose. I will speak only and exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. This one is loyal but lacks initiative. So, Sunset Rite for the Winter Lady. Let's give it the Colonel's names, and Neville can assist me. A deep winter's cold to name and draw in the Maid of the Mirror, edge to match her keen cruelty. And at some point I'd like to convert the fleeting reminiscence into a restlessness, but we'll wait on that. A root coils around an egg of lead the size of a child. Perhaps it was plated with another metal once, but the weather has removed all trace of any coating. After a struggle, the halves of the egg come apart to reveal its contents. So we've got a Callagine, a Reputation. Yzabet did some good Yzabetting. My Percussagant. And for my trouble, I have a Whispering Amulet. It knows what I desire, or what I imagine, or I imagine it does. Have I? Okay, I haven't sorted my items yet. Nope, this makes sense still. Lethe. A dark syrupy liquor flavored in unnamed forest villages. The tongue and the eye, and now we begin. Forget your name, forget your skin. A dappled mask. In the forest where the moon couldn't go, the boughs of the trees were woven together like bandages or lovers. The moon might change herself to an ant or to a bird or to her sister, but the forest would not yield her penetrations, no matter her caresses. One day we came with our scissors, and we severed the branches until the moon and the blood dappled the rotting leaves on the forest floor. And we've got in the mountains as upon the plain, text in Vac, which we won't have access to for a while. So the question is, do I want to go on an expedition right away? Or do I want to try and sell some of this stuff here? I'm doing okay for money. I think it's better for me to just keep running through the continent, and we'll have a reset when I finish this batch. So we're going to Fermier Abbey. Robert Fermier spent much of his unsavory fortune on the endowment of this monumental forest-crowded abbey. The monks dislike visitors. Their ways are not exactly orthodox. They celebrate a certain harvest festival with unsavory vigor. So it might make sense to keep the Callagine out to deal with whatever evidence emerges, but the evidence isn't going to be coming for a while. At least I hope. So Fermier Abbey folded into the forest like a jewel box smuggled in a green robe. If we can make it through the forest, we'll still have to face the monks. All right, so it seems like the monks may not be deceived, actually. But for the purpose of the Callagine, same deal. High Moth, which will get us through the forest, and then we can chuck in a Yzabet or a Porter. And, of course, I'm too stupid to actually hit the go to the location button, so you all get to watch the stimulating activity of me equipping the expedition again. I am sad. Bleak thoughts, dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. I don't think the Devoured Tantra would give me anything nasty like that, but peril-prowled forest. Long ago, the primal trees marched from sea to sea. Some traces of their reign still survive, like this dense and choking territory of root and thorn. The practicalities of forge or the mysteries of moth may see us through. And the monks. Contemplatives blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We could murder them or deceive them, but they will not be seduced. So, again, we need Yzabet because Yzabet is good at what she does. I am wasting my talk verb. Well, we'll at least have a chat with Madame Bichet about a commission. A million blazing fires in the belly engulf what has been swallowed by the multiform mouths. And we've got the delightful sacrament. So an urgency of appetite's going to go away on its own. There's not a lot that I can do about that. There's no books for me to translate. I suppose if I was really desperate, I could have a chat with Adim about Aramaic, but I believe I should be getting the Magus von Brandt's book before too long. Yeah, I'm just going to let it run. Anger is implicit in every shape. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in rites to summon minions. So this probably makes the most sense to try and summon a hint. And the catch is that because the hint will vanish with and leave some lantern behind, which will translate into fascination, I don't have a good way of dealing with lantern influence at the moment. So in this case, I'm going to leave the Furious Air on the table. If I had something to paint a furious painting with, that might be different. Well, okay, what I would get. I don't actually need to use influence to paint paintings like that, so really I could just use this lantern here with the Refulgent. So, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great, and when I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. So there's a side of me that would like to go through the spider door. Once I get my commissions, so Madame Bichet will become available and then Count Jannings, I think I'm going to have a chat with Saliba about getting someone to sacrifice to the spider door. And there's two reasons for that. One, I get to see whether or not... Actually, hang on. Is it Grail? I guess it would be Grail for the spider door. It's hard to see how Moth... Well, we'll try Moth. Anyways, it's basically just to see if some of my existing lore will be enough to take me through the spider door. I suspect it will not. Yeah, we'll let it run. Actually, I can still afford a trip through the stag door. Sleep is not going to finish this job right away. Here's what she needs. A commission on Forge. All right. Jennings buys me a little time as well. Wood beneath the mantis is darker than this place. The moth will guide our footfalls. Success is very likely. And right, we already have everything that we want for this. Jennings would like an edge commission. Okay, so Saliba. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Sufficiently persuasive disciple can probably lure a susceptible companion back to us. The thing that was a woman has no expression of her own. The movements of her eyes and mouth always match mine, as if I were looking in a mirror. Her fingernails are sharp as glass. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. The dead who rest before a new cracked mirror, who pass through the peacock gate, who master the sharp stare, those dead enter in the service of the sun in rags. So there's no purpose for bringing the maid in the mirror along here. It's really just so that I can have someone who, it's really just so that I can use that winter influence and have them if I need them. Now I've got a couple of fleeting reminiscences and whatnot. I thought I had a restlessness kicking around somewhere, but I probably converted it and forgot at some point. So what we'll do here... It's not exactly my bravest choice, but I'll just do a reading with the Fleeting Reminiscence. I'll make a little bit of money and mystique out of it. We're going to have probably 3... we're probably going to wind up with 3... notoriety by the end of this. So there'll be notoriety from Saliba grabbing someone. There'll be notoriety from... ending this expedition. We've already got one on the table here, so I do kind of want to make sure that I'm back on a routine to get my mystique back up. It is slightly tempting to try and paint with this Fleeting Reminiscence, if I'm honest, because while it takes longer, at the very least I'll pack away the notoriety long enough to be able to generate some more mystique while I wait for this mission to finish. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take the notoriety, and I will... I think I'm going to take the older Mystique in this case. And then this is just to sort of stall the Fleeting Reminiscence so that I can convert it at some point. I don't need another Callagine. I don't see anything in the Painted River that would benefit me here, so... Another bitter atmosphere. Winter passes the clothes, passes the skin, nestles the veins. So this isn't the end of the world. I can just use this to bring up the hanger-on. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, the harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun in rags since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Now, if I'm feeling particularly bold, I'd go through the spider's door right now, knowing that I have a body. I am not particularly bold, so we're going to leave the dream slot open for a little while. There's no, there's no rule that says you need to have all of the verbs doing something at once. Oh, the Callagine has fallen. Lost the path. The forest towers against the dusk sky. The beasts of the forest are silent, but now and then we see their eyes. Okay, that changes things. Let's throw Porter in. Could I now? What could I study? It is banished or destroyed. So this is a tricky one, actually. Because I can have the work slot open. So the fleeting reminiscence ticks down while I summon my next Callagine. That's not actually a problem. Yeah, so we're gonna change course a little bit. I might actually be able to get by with the winter influence. Yeah, so the books aren't translatable, and if I wanted to double up, the most meaningful lore for me to double up right now would require knowledge. So I would need erudition or an HQ with a library. I'm currently sitting in the temporary HQ and there's no erudition on the table. And then it would require intuition, which would require a glimmering or an HQ with a sanctuary. So glimmerings are a little bit more straightforward for me to have, although of course there's one that's going to decay in 13 seconds. And you kind of repeat that same story for all of these. You know, it's possible that I might get lucky on a few of these here, but at the moment, the things that it would occupy aren't really worth it. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Yeah, the thing I was saying earlier, like, there's no real rule saying that you have to have all the verbs spinning all at once. It's nice to have because there's sort of just that inner... I mean, I suppose this is the impulse that everyone who plays the Zachtronics game has. But in essence, it's just nice to have the efficiency, but there's no declared rule saying that everything needs to be spinning all at once. Okay, so I had a plan for the work slot. Right, we were gonna see, I can never remember the exact summoning for a Callagine, but I'm pretty sure if we throw Forge at this, and a Neville. Yep. Forge for the Smoky Spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. It must know who will rule it. Now, an interesting question would be whether the Rising Heat gets me through this. I don't think it will. Yeah. So you can't just resummon a Callagine if it gets smoked, as it were. The minion is returned, attended by a prisoner rendered docile with delight. So, as we knew, notoriety here, but that's why we were painting, so that we could get a little extra mystique. Now, the hapless prisoner is going to have a little bit more of a lease on life, because, of course, I rather foolishly actually went through the stag door, instead of being patient and trying the spider door, but that was because I wasn't sure if I had my Callagine summoning right. Anyways, you get like 600 seconds on these things. So someone has fallen into your clutches and they won't survive, but they won't survive forever. So, I got to think about my talk verb though. We've already got our commissions. I could bring the hanger on, and if I wanted, I could take Poppy's deal, although I've been keeping Poppy's deal for a while. I've been sitting on Poppy's deal for a while. I could risk a conversation with Clovette, but again, the setup that allows the detective to... The thing that's basically keeping me safe from the detective is the very reason why Clovette will do more harm than good. So that seems like a bad one to do right now. Suppose the question is, does it really make sense for me to bring the Hanger-On in? Also, whatever happened to my Nock Disciple? Or pawn. I just misplaced them. That's where they went. Right, and then I can also try having a chat with Miss Nania to turn this into Restlessness. It's way too early to do that, so I think the right call here is, if I want to use the talk verb, but I might as well, we have a chat with the Hanger-On. One thing that I know, again, I'm not really worried about Rising Heat or Rousing Air, but if it was something I was worried about, I could throw this in the trappings and it would go away, but it's not really worth worrying about. Now this will be interesting if we fail, because it's possible that one of my 2 followers who've already got 2 wounds will die. But I'm not panicking yet. There's something up ahead. We've made it through the forest. Okay, good news. The summoning is a little bit of a worry here because it just takes so much time, and this is going to be time where the Weary Detective is eliminating Mystique or potentially picking up Notoriety. But of course, the reason we're summoning the Callagine is to be able to deal with that eventuality. This might be Fascination, but I think we're due for a lore. Yeah. Not that I need another Forbidden Epic, but the attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the Mantis through which a painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. Okay. So now there's 2 things I wanted to try here. So the spider's door. In my dreams, I know the path through the silken sands to the spider's door. If I slake its thirst by spilling fresh blood before I sleep, it will open to me. So my guess here would be that Grail would be one of the ways that you can advance it, but I am wrong. Edge, possibly? Yeah. So this would... Essentially what this does now... So this is one of the reasons why I got a prisoner. One is to get the benefits of going through this the spider door. Hey, Tall Man Alive, good to see you. So one of the tricks here is, how do you find the other doors? Are you talking about like these? Oop. Other than Way of the Wood? No. So here's the better question for you, Tall Man Alive. Like, you know my really infuriating tendency never to like just tell people how to play the game. I'll answer your question by starting with a question. How did you find the way to the wood originally? MRA 6, how you doing? I will answer your question. I want to try and get, it's, you know the old saying, build a man of fire, keep him warm for a day, set a man on fire, keep him warm for the rest of his life. That's what we're going to do here. I want to set you on fire. The fire from Lantern. Anyways. Right, through Dream. And there was a specific combination that you did in Dream that allowed you to find the way through the wood. You don't have to give me the exact, like the exact combination, but there was something specific that you did that first granted you access to the Mantis, because the game actually doesn't start you off by giving you that path. Anyways, yeah, so I suppose in retrospect, Edge makes sense. I hate brute forcing this stuff, but okay, so it's Lanch. So now this makes a little bit more sense to try and upgrade if I don't think I'm going to find it in a book. Unfortunately, this is going to be a tricky one for me. So, no, not Erudition, Health. And I do have Silent Intensity, so Edge is not as hard as the other ones. So now there's a bit of an argument for me to try and use the study verb for these, although I'm going to be getting some books in a little while, so we'll wait to see what the outcome there is. So maybe through Dream, I did what it said, engage. Yeah, so basically, you use some lore with your passion to find the way to the wood. And if it isn't clear to you that's how you get through the wood, there's actually a book that basically tells you to do that. Although I think most people find the way through to the wood through experimentation. But that's the essence of it. So you actually saw me try here. So there's a door behind the spider's door, and there's certain lore combinations, which again, if you read the books in the game, it will actually tell you how to get to them. But in the case of the spider door, it turns out that it's edge or it's lantern that will get you to the glass garden. But you need a certain intensity of lore. So this has now justified the attempt to try and upgrade my edge. But that's largely how you do it. But again, it's one of these things where if you just tell someone, it's like, oh, well, smart people know that you do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't really equip anyone for like advancing in the game. Whereas saying is like, remember when you read that book and it talked about, cutting a lock of your hair before you go to sleep or something like that. That's sort of the way that's the breadcrumb that the game leaves for you. Anyways, so like I said, this was getting the prisoner was so that I wouldn't just be wasting a minute testing the ways through the spider's door. Now I know I either need another... Well, I mean, I can try and just upgrade Lantern forever, but it's just better for me to try and upgrade Edge or alternatively get it through a book. But better still, we can use the Hapless Prisoner. The spider's door is always thirsty, always. The blood I have given leaks and threads and spills through the skin of the world, and the door drinks it. And a moment's satisfaction swells its opening until I can pass. So I suppose the question now is, do I want to try upgrading this lore? I know I'm going to have another rotation with the monks. I'm going to be able to add the Callagine. I think in the time it will take me to do this upgrade, I should be able to accomplish the goals. The scarier one is the practical experimentation. If I was, if I wanted, I could try using the Hapless Prisoner, but I kind of want to go through the spider door. And then if I want, I am going to be able to convert the Fleeting Reminiscence in just a second. Okay, yes, I have the plan now. All the greatest struggles end in death. The lore of the knife holds the lessons of those struggles. I will speak only in exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. And we've gotten our last recruit. Now I can still upgrade people, but these guys I'm going to use a little bit as an influence dump. If I wind up with a nasty winter influence I don't know what to do with. Nope. I wanted to have a chat with Miss Nania about some restlessness. Because it would be nice to have a little bit more mystique on the table than I currently have. Mirrors are calm, this blah blah blah. I hate to remember it goes away if I pull it out of the card. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we'll have to abandon the expedition. Alright. Not all of the Forge's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in the bounds like hammerscale in the cracks of a smithy floor. Here comes one now. At the corners of the Forge, in the bounds of the Mantis, the glory's fire meets the baser elements. Here is a cunning vapor to infect your enemy's dreams. So I will add it to the expedition when I can, but he's going to have to hang out for 20 seconds. And in the meantime, let's take that Fleeting Reminiscence and we'll turn that into payment. Obviously, the restlessness will be decaying for about 15 seconds or so. 20 seconds, actually. But that's fine. I've had worse. Okay, talk time. There's a mild temptation to send Saliba out to get another prisoner. But that really is pushing the edge of the notoriety. My alternative would be... Well, I always can talk with Poppy, but that's not interesting. I will leave it for now. We brought here with us certain sacred texts whose meaning is apparent only in moonlight. Actually, at this point, because it's going to be 30 seconds, now it's unlikely that Clovette is going to be able to have much influence at this point. I'm going to send her in, so it's going to take a minute, so we're going to have one rotation where the detective does his work, but we're actually getting to a point where we're going to generate a notoriety soon, and the mystique that I generate is going to, like, basically we're going to have about a 50-50 chance of pulling out a notoriety or a mystique. And I'm going to be generating more mystique, so this is one of the rare times where Clovette is a decent choice. But I think it makes sense for me to do that. Actually, we're going to have slightly more mystique when Clovette finally triggers. But all right, we didn't come here for a Forbidden Epic. We've already got enough of those, so we can do the Chamber of Ways or the Mallory. I went to the Chamber of Ways last time, and it was disappointing. But I'm going to do the Chamber of Ways again. Wait a minute, I got a lower lore than... Last night I came to the Concursum, the Mansus Meridian, which has been called the Chamber of Histories. I spoke there with an adept long dead. She told me of her flight through the house, these dozen decades and more, of the ways in which the dead survive outside the hours and recall the unsanctioned histories. And this morning I recall the ending of one of her stories. That was a little anticlimactic, if I'm going to be honest. Grim Lessons. This is a puzzle with missing pieces that I must find in the odd corners of scholarship. Provide dread, use a pit, or use the silent intensity skill. Dread may breed. I should have been paying attention to the seasons. So Graveyard Mouth's coming up next. I'm a little low on money, so I'd kind of prefer to use a Vitality. But obviously I don't have any at the moment. We might get some from doing the medium thing because there is heart in Restlessness. There's basically everything in Restlessness. There it is. Is that it? You've resolved a grim challenge. Faith is a double-edged weapon. These monks have a great talent in the matter of believing, and so they have believed our lives. So yeah, we'll be generating the notoriety in less time than we need. Yeah, okay. So I just evened it out with Clovette. That's fine. I mean, it wasn't the best odds with Clovette, but it was a risk worth taking. I don't need the Callagine again. I might get Winter if I go to the Ascent of Knives. Am I worried about Winter? No, because I just use it to upgrade one of my followers. There we go. We've read this a couple of times, so I'll just collect and decide if it's worth it going through the Stag Door again. I mean, the thing is, I don't really need a lot of the things that would be summoned by going through these gates anymore. I get Restlessness if I go through the White Door, and potentially a favor from Authority. I think I'm just going to let Dream rest for a little bit. Alright, this is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. Risk your health or use a prisoner. Health risked. And we'll wait for Clovette to finish her usual routine, and we will try and bring one of the pawns into the cult. Now, if I want, I can spend money on improving my affliction, but I think I'm going to wait until study becomes available and get my vitality that way. If I'm lucky, Clovette will fail here. Optimism is the spice which saves. No luck. So let's have a chat. Feels appropriate to bring the Winter pawn up. So my follower will kneel as a novice and rise as initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And I'm still waiting on the... I've resolved a practical challenge. We continue to hammer out the... Sorry this isn't the most exciting commentary. I'm kind of on an autopilot mode here where we're just generating as much mystique as we can and waiting to get my goodies. So the monks and their the monks and their miseries lie behind us. Here is their chapel courtyard. A great yew rises beside the granite altar, lidded like a sarcophagus. What's within? The space inside the altar is filled with broken cups, everyone painted red, everyone scrawled with vile graffiti and otherwise befouled. The monks must have held great ceremonies of detestation and kept the remains as trophies. Buried among the cup corpses are other treasures. So, practically this is to notoriety. The 7 seconds isn't something that I'm worried about. Made in the Mirror is really more of a trophy than anything. Callaghan and Percussagant are sort of my 2 main operatives. And we've got Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. Hieronymus Pseudo Hypnerotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the sisterhood in his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. So that is something that we can translate. De Horis Book 2 in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Again, it's Latin, so we can translate it. Rose Pearl Dust if I want to make a heart masterpiece. The Thirsting Tantra. C.G. Burial, the Temperance Campaigner, published elements of this pamphlet, which had to be withdrawn and destroyed after it became too popular. Got the Tantra of Worms. The entomologist Juliana Zawistowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting a human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. And, my beloved, the Magus von Brandt's authentic and unique account of the true tongue of the true Holy Land of the Highmost. Written excitably and in some haste by a gentleman in the grip of a transcendentalist enthusiasm, but nevertheless a useful guide to Aramaic. Which, of course, means that we now have Matthias and Imago available. Oh, and The World Does Not Weep. So quite a bit of my library has now become translatable with this great book. Okay, if I am a loser, I will go to Oriflammes and sell the Jumble and Gildersleeve and whatnot, and if I am a pro, I'm going to go to the Van der Schaaf collection. We're a little light on funds, but I think we'll be able to survive it. So, a cramped little museum in a provincial town long closed to the public since an outbreak of peculiar rapture in the room where they keep the pressed flowers. Only the very curious would ever pay attention to the place, and its close-warded storeroom of ill-omened treasures. I think I also did say I was going to try and go to the abandoned warehouse at some point, but it seems dumb to let these perfectly serviceable minions go to waste. The door to the painted chamber of the Van der Schaaf collection is locked and warded. The building is said to be haunted by flowers. So this implies knock, forge, and then haunted by flowers is a tough one. I would maybe make a guess about Grail for that. So, in essence, none of the stuff that I'm bringing in is very useful for this, but it is a way of preserving my summons, and until I have a little bit more clear information about what I'm up against, I'm going to work with what I've got. I also think, as much as I'm a little light, I'm going to pay to get rid of my affliction, and this is because I want the study verb to become available to translate books rather than, going out for fresh air and exercise. So we're going to wait. We're just going to buy our way out of the problem. Of course, this is the point where I get a heart event. Okay, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. The warded door wants forge or knock, as predicted, and the fifth eye curse needs heart or winter. Okay. So the heart helps, but I need to still figure out whether or not I want knock or forge. And in this particular case, I'm going to bring forge. I don't think I'm going to be summoning anything, but you never know. And more importantly, I have more expendable forge, so we'll live with that for now. Light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Oh, that's right. I don't actually need to worry about the... Wait, does this make sense? This doesn't, because I'm not going to be able to bring enough forge in. That actually is really inconvenient with my Maid in the Mirror then, because I need 2 forge followers to take advantage of my my forge strength, but that also means that there's going to be time where the Maid in the Mirror is not utilized. That's life, though. There's not much I can do about it. So I've always suspected that, what do they call it in this one? There's a book where you get Greek from, and it's called, oh yeah, Kerner and Goethe, and I've always thought that that was a reference to Diels and Krantz. And if that's true, there is and I suspect that the Matt Hosty in the special thanks is actually a professor at Oxford who would presumably know about some of these things. So I kind of want to know if the Magus von Brandt is based on an actual work on Aramaic, or if this is just, you know, the author being particularly clever. If there's another answer a lore secret tier, I would actually possibly spend money to figure that out. I've increased my mastery of the lore of the knife, which we call by its aspect edge. So we've got the Lionsmith's names. The Lionsmith is young by the standards of the hours, but old by the standards of war. His names are recent recruits, and their recitation has a savage power. So this will get me to the Glass Garden if I am so inclined. Now you shed your blood as the sun's blood was shed. Now your past is divided from your future as the wolf was divided. You were not born, your service ends only in dissolution. Arise in silence. Loyal and quiet as falling snow. Now, I believe even if I had enough power, the Silent Disciple cannot go any higher. I've tested this every game, but I am mildly curious, and I think the Elgabalus' Manacles would help. Now, that's only 18, so that still wouldn't be enough. But I'm near certain that I cannot actually upgrade that one any further anyway. This is more for curiosity. Alright, we'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. Again, the unfortunate thing here is that there's going to be another 30 seconds that the Maid of the Mirror is exposed to the real world. But I would much rather have... Whoa, hang on. I forgot that the Callagine also has Forge. So I wasted the time with the Maid in the Mirror for absolutely no reason, but that's what I get for being a dummy. There is, of course, no single Aramaic, but I will learn what I can. I also feel like I should be using my talk verb again. I know what I want to use my talk verb for. Mr. Laidlaw. We can begin to repair this, but it will take at least a bronze Bentrea to purchase the necessary materials. I have 6 currently. I'm probably not going to exhaust my collection because I'm a hoarder. But other than that, we can at least get a couple of runs to the Peacock Door. If memory serves, I think we've already got the painting element from here, or the memory rather. All right, well, we knew this was coming, so spider door, Glass Garden, approaching the Peacock's Door. The light of the divided sun penetrates my dream, but not long enough to thaw the long dead frost blossoms of the Glass Garden. Each step I take crushes another plant to powder. This is as it must be. I will choose my steps carefully as the lore prescribes. Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So I am mildly tempted to paint away the restlessness and use this fleeting reminiscence to turn into the new restlessness. And the reasoning behind this is it's just a convenient little opportunity for me to paint another masterpiece. So this is going to be the reputation one. Next one's going to be a lore one. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now or send another follower. No point in doing any of that because the curse is going to be taken out or it won't. I've achieved a basic understanding. So really the question now is which ones do I want to read first? Yeah, I'll do it in the order that I put it down. I have a feeling the world does not weep will very likely be one that gives me dread. So let's translate against the Sisterhood of the Knot. And we will pay for fancy paints. Hopefully this will bankroll our adventures in doing unprofitable work for the next little while. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have to be a little more careful in how I manage my funds. The Elegist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. My recent work has accrued modest fame. My paintings have reviewed well. How much money did I get is the real question. Not a bad little amount. Did we get staleness? We did not. Okay, so good news all around. This one's going to be a pure passion painting, though. I don't have any influence, but I can still throw lore at it. Let's take the Invocation of the Ivory Dove because I love doing things with more than I actually need. The Peacock Door, proud and shining amethyst, its glow tinting the snow-pale shapes of the glass garden. This is the highest point where mortals may penetrate the mansus. No crack mars its surface. This is not a door that opens, although it is said it may bleed light. Alright, so there's no more doors after this. I don't yet have my... Oh, damn it, I couldn't provide the materials my follower needed. The mirror is unredeemed. I need to pay a little bit more attention. Do I want to go through the stag door again? Reasons for going through the stag door would be potentially getting influence, which I can use in the painting, but that's not really a good reason because I can just... You know what? I'm going to lose my fleeting reminiscence because of this. Although theoretically I could paint the fleeting reminiscence to keep it in the world for a little bit longer. I might try that. Anyways... this fascination may bite me depending on what happens with the painting. In which case I would use the fleeting reminiscence otherwise. I'm a little lucky that this expedition is going to be finishing soon because I can get my Callagine to deal with the tentative evidence and we just send the Maid in the Mirror and the Percussicant to go deal with Chateau Reveline. And once Laidlaw's done repairing the mirror, we can go through the Peacock Door. My real goal right now is just to get more secret histories. Of course, I should also be exploring the Forbidden Epics already. Alright, we don't want Colors of the Night, we want Grey Dawn Oil. Prepared the text for study. In this case, I think I'm just going to queue up a bunch of books from translation and then read them all in a big go later. This is the same as it was when we read it before, so I'll leave it there. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. And it does look like I'm going to be able to paint the fleeting reminiscence into a longer life. What am I doing? What have I done? This will break someone's heart, perhaps everyone's. Oh, I got dread for my efforts. Made something unique, something extraordinary, something I will never dare exhibit publicly. This cannot see the... cannot possibly ever see daylight. It will earn no funds. I'm fine with that. Okay, so icy atmosphere for my trouble, dread, notoriety. Oh, 2 notoriety. I really did something nasty. Obviously, a bunch of exhausted passion because I put my everything into that. And we've got the wolf divided. Caput Garret Lupinium. The sun was divided, and this is its wound. Here is a lore question for you, chat. Is the wolf divided a good boy? Also, let's do this in a slightly more sensible order. So I'll put it over there for now, but... All right, I gotta make some decisions in terms of what I'm gonna do with the objects on the table. So Icy Atmosphere to get rid of the... Icy Atmosphere to upgrade one of my followers. Contentment nullifies Dread. Fleeting Reminiscence goes into a painting. To extend its life to be translated into Restlessness. I think the more important question is, can you pet him? Because I have a matchless physique, I am one of the rare characters who can pet the wolf divided. Next question. I remember that I was different before. And we've got another Fleeting Reminiscence, so I really didn't need to panic about losing that one, but... I would kind of like to paint another masterpiece, but I don't know, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I do need to make money. The mirror is repaired, it shines again, once again as it did, sorry, it shines again as it did once before. So we'll use the Wildering Mirror almost right away with the Peacock Door. Deoris has been translated again. The occasionally coherent catalog of the secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume, describing the enmity between the Lionsmith and the Tribune of Scars. So we will now translate the Thirsting Tantra and the Tantra of Worms. I'm gonna wait. I just need a minute to think this through. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to talk to Miss Nania. I think the timings are still gonna be messed up, but let's do Children of Silence. This time we will level up Pawn, and don't have quite enough. There we go. The follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. Oh, you know what? Again, this is more so for my curiosity, and I don't think I can do this. Nope, still not enough. Yeah, that'll take a full minute, so it's only 30 seconds to make the medium job work. Oh my god, this is a mess. This is unacceptable. I'm not going to order it by time, but at the very least I'm going to get the notoriety and mystique in the right spots. Okay, first things first, Reputation is a medium with the near expiring Fleeting Reminiscence. This again will give me more mystique with which I can confound the weary detective, not that they're actually looking for me right now. The original plan was to use Miss Nania to convert this Fleeting Reminiscence into a... Oh, you know what? This is going to turn into a Fleeting Reminiscence as well, so I'll be okay. A book of pressed flowers emanating a peculiar scent, 3 elderly Baedekers, a collection of butterflies painted black and white, and the real treasures, an oddity in a glass case, and a cloisoned coffer of rare books. We've got a rattling in the soul. Now this is going to turn into restlessness. Normally I would be worried about this, but this is actually good for me, so that means I don't need to use Miss Nania to convert into restlessness anymore. Valsine did good work, Percussicant did good work, Callagine did good work, and I'm going to get it to do even more work. What normally goes here? I can stack the jumble. The Vinzant inscriptions. What I'm going to do again is I'm going to wait until I actually until I start reading the book to read the inscriptions, because I think it's pretty clear I'm not going to be able to read all of these books by the end of the cast, as much as I would like to cast all evening. The paradoxical curio. Sometimes it is hard to be sure if an arrow slew the Empress Herodias or the Empress Eudokia. Sometimes it is possible that an Ormlu clock was stolen in the sack of Vienna, even as it rested safe in the vaults of Rome. So there's the paradoxical curio. The Watchful Tantra, notorious for its involvement in the deaths of Dyfed Jones and Meredith Blaine, two early physicists who each claimed to have the only copy and who ultimately fought a duel over it in 1840. I believe we've read this once before, but... Geminiad, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language we've seen is much older. Oops. Coral decorates its cover, and its edge pages are sharp enough to slash a throat. I believe this, in the original prototype, this was one of the first books that was still in the game. An Ardent Orison was still an Ardent Prayer, and the funny thing about this one was that the language was not translatable. You would get this book, but you could not translate it. And there was a note to that effect. But that's a little bit of history about the game, which is completely irrelevant. And of course, my beloved second copy of the Magus von Brandt's authentic and unique account of the true tongue of the unique account of the true tongue of the true holy land of the Highmost. So my options. Again, if I want, I can sell stuff. This, if I was at 5 funds, there might be some sense in doing that. I'm going to keep the Callagine around for a little bit so that I can get rid of the evidence. We do not have a Season of Suspicion coming up, so that's good news there. I'm going to use all the fleeting reminiscences to do my medium job, because I'm going to get the restlessness from the decay of the rattling in the soul. The friends that we played and the skins that we made, still they drive us. So the best call is Chateau Reveline. The favorite stories of the Comte de Reveline claim that they descend from the first Sun King. Other stories have them prowling the forest in wolf shape. They are long gone. Their rotting chateau remains. Not all its malignities have been uncovered. So this would imply the Maid in the Mirror and the Percussagant are leading the expedition. And let's see what the game tells us. The remote and rotting chateau of the Comte de Reveline was looted long ago. We have found hints that it is not looted thoroughly enough. There may be a secret room, so knock or lantern most likely. Equally, there may be a curse, so that's going to suggest probably harder winter. The sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. And everything's been messed up. Actually, I'm running out of space here. Von Brandt's got to get out of the way. Ugh, that looks ugly. Fortunately, a space has become available. So, I did say I was going to go through the Peacock door, so let's do it. In my dreams, I know the path through the glass garden to the Peacock's door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources, I can pass it. The Peacock's door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the Peacock's door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Okay. So, lantern and knock, and heart or lantern. So lantern is kind of the best option here, although we do already have... I mean, in a pinch we can add another heart follower, but it seems to me lantern's the best call. So my beloved Pope Clifton goes in first, and then Cat Caro, because we believe in equality. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So in this case, we're just going to prioritize fleeting reminiscences that are expiring sooner. We should be able to get them all. It's getting a little crowded here. I need to keep better attention of where my abilities are. So I think it's fairly unlikely the unnumbered stones are going to give me a memory that I can use in the painting. So the next priority, once these two are done, empty out my Forbidden Epics and start getting a credible path towards getting level 10 and higher lore. All right, Thirsting Tantra's done. Tantra of Worms. Now you shed your blood as the sun's blood was shed. Now your past is divided from your future as the wolf was divided. You are not born. Your service ends only in dissolution. Arise in silence. Dexterous disciple. Loyal and clever with locks. Okay, so I was going to do something with my talk verb earlier, and now I've completely forgotten it because I just have given up on ever having a memory again. So, things that I want to do in terms of talking. I'd like to turn in commissions, but I kind of need to write the commissions before I do that. Right, we left the Callagine open to deal with the evidence. Our senses are sharpened. We should find this hidden door. Should isn't good enough. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. And once more with feeling. This will end almost perfectly. There's going to be a 30-second gap for the restlessness, but other than that, this turned out well. I do have a staleness, so if I wanted to paint that away, I would have the option. Okay, well, if I feel like fascination, I can pick up one of those. Alternatively, I can try the Red Church or the Worm Museum. Now, the Worm Museum has a heck of a lot of dread. But every once in a while it will have lore, and I think it sometimes produces vac. Or maybe it's the Peacock door that produces the vac. Anyways, I'm going to be a baby, and I'm going to go to the Red Church first. Favor from authority is not bad, but I don't think we're going to have anything happen to us to require it in 300 seconds. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he wouldn't want this information made public. Perhaps he'll show me some consideration. Now, one thing I've always been curious about is if you have a conversation with a hunter and a favor of authority. But not enough to actually try it, because I'd rather not have the extra notoriety. I suspect it doesn't do anything, but every time I say I suspect it doesn't do anything, it winds up doing something. So I really do need to consider doing some commissions, because these Spintrea are going to run out sooner rather than later. And the question is, does it make any sense for me to go through one of the doors right now? And the answer is no. I guess I got my extra fleeting reminiscence, though. Oops. Alright, we've prepared the Tantra of Worms for study. I'll just take a quick minute here and see if it's changed the text at all. Nope. Gemini should be going on the other side because I can't... Oh, hang on. No, I can translate if you've seen what I'm saying. I suppose I can actually start reading what I have, seeing as I'm running out of space. That would be a fun rule to implement. Doesn't make sense for me to do that at the moment, though. I don't really have a lot of fears for bad statuses. Sure, why not? Hieronymus claims that the powers served by the Sisterhood of the Knot made an arrangement. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Hieronymus's writing becomes incoherent with rage at this point. Okay, what are we up with? What are we up to? Faint Lines in the Stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shutter and a shower of dust. So no point in sending anything else. My minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I'm a little safer. So I lied. I'm going to add the Callagine just to prevent their timer from ticking down. So if I want to go through the spider door, I get Saliba to get me a new hostage, and if I want to go through the Peacock door, I want to have a conversation with Laidlaw. There is definitely a side of me that would like to get some more masterpieces done, but there's no hurry on that. Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power that knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. Now, if it was particularly bold, I could try painting away the restlessness to get rid of the... what do you call it? Staleness, but then of course that would, well, I could try 2 passion. Anyways, it would kind of leave me, it would leave me without, it would leave me without the passion to get the, well, it would probably leave me without the passion to get the masterpiece done, and of course I would need a replacement, so. We'll generate money and mystique with this for now, because we're going to be going into a little bit of a holding pattern where I start consuming more secret histories, and what I'll also do is I'll take advantage of the freedom to use the explore verb to maybe try and change headquarters and otherwise just get a little bit of housekeeping done, which I haven't been because I've been sort of pushing the expeditions. Hieronymus recovers his composure eventually to describe how the Thunderskin entered the Mansus through the Peacock door. This, Hieronymus insists, is the abomination upon abomination, but then the most abominable of doors has always been an abomination. Yet another forbidden epic. I suppose they'll be nice for upgrading if it really comes to that, but hopefully I will have other things that I can do with my actions. Diaries Book 2, the occasionally coherent catalogue of secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume describing the enmity between the Lionsmith and the Tribune of Scars. This volume deals mostly with the Lionsmith, the Tribune of Scars, and their enmity. What does the book deal with again? I wasn't quite sure. It's the Grail book, right? I guess you can have money. Is there something to be learned from the satisfaction of desire? Should probably do my meat. Oh, damn it. That's gonna sting. So I'll still have 10 seconds left on the restlessness, but... Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Of course, good news here. Notoriety is going to be going away fairly soon. But I kind of blew it on some of these other factors. Mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. So, once again to the Peacock door. It's a little tricky for me to say whether or not it's better for me to do the Peacock door or to try and get through the Spider's door, because if the Spider's door has a chance of giving me lower secret histories, it seems to be worth spending the Bronze Spintrea at the chance of getting something a little bit more worthwhile. Lionsmith makes monsters to defeat the Tribune, but the scars of the Tribune are each a weapon. No one stops by my rooms today. It's for the best. I have nothing to tell them. Oh, what am I doing? I deserve this dread. Man, I've got a really itchy trigger finger on the start button. Okay. I do get a out of jail free card by talking with Miss Nania, but I really should just like take the dread and say bad dog. A disquisition of the many varieties of thirst, their uses and their effects. Yeah, I don't hit the start button on this one. Nicely done, you jackass. All right. We are up to 3 graveyard mouths, so it probably makes sense for me to go to the graveyard at some point, but probably after I do things like sell my jumbles and whatnot. Yes, so it turns out that was very good that I did not force myself to take the dread. Childhood's End. Behind the rotting tapestry of wolves hunting men, a paneled wall. In the paneled wall, a secret door. The spring is long gone, of course. We had to smash it in with hammers. The last treasures of the Comte de Reveline lie here, in a surprisingly airy room. High skylight windows have long since broken, and the floor is lost underneath leaves and debris. But once the place was furnished as a nursery, here is a cradle with the skeleton of a puppy. Nobody tell Johnny Big Time. Alright, more notoriety, not that we're particularly worried about that. The Killer Cat Caro Pope Clifton combo has done its work. My dream team is together. The bigger worry, of course, is the Maid in the Mirror expiring. And for our trouble, we have the High Mysteries, the innermost chamber of our Church Solar, Secret Rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories. I guess I said I wasn't going to be reading those, but guess what? I lied. Cinnabar Amulet. Scarlet is the color of heat. Mercury holds 1 key to an ultimate dissolution. Now, I hate that I have to do 2 stacks for items, but I have not found a better filing system yet, so we'll stick with that. The Book of True Blood, a work by Cassius the Tommen. And the Morphe Codex, a text of the Sisterhood of the Knot, unearthed by Evan Morphe. All things that we can translate, which is good news. Final expedition, the Unnumbered Stones. Megaliths placed in obsessive, inerrant rows by priest castes long dead. Time has long erased the original bloodstains, but on moonless nights, the locals supplement what remains. High chambers might guard hidden treasures. You found all the expeditions on the continent, though you can find the stones several times. So, Callagine and Pergusigan first. This is largely because they've got the shortest fuses at this point. Treasure seekers visiting the stones must penetrate the forest that conceals them, grapple with the locals who revere them, and finally be prepared to do some digging, even if they can find a hidden door. So, likely there's no use for the Maid in the Mirror, but we'll be bringing her in, and then we'll probably be adding Yzabet or Porter. Or Sylvia if I don't want somebody to die, but... Okay, so I do have a fleeting reminiscence. Let's see if there's something interesting I can do as a result of my dummy moves. So if I feel like painting lore, it's not a terrible time to do so. The only drawback is that I'm not going to be able to afford... Well, I've already paid for the expedition. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do if I run out of money. So we will throw all the passion we can at making a painting. And in this case, I'm going to make it Moth. 1, because of course Moth potentially gives me restlessness. And 2, because Moth is the next in the color scheme. And then I was going to have a chat with someone. Right. In a more sensible time, had I been thinking things through, it might have made sense for me to have a chat with Saliba about bringing somebody for the spider door, and then I could alternate between the peacock door and the spider door. I did not have that clever idea at the right time, though, so woe to me. Okay, looks like I do actually need another funds for this. This changes things a bit. I need Moth, Lantern, or Knock, neither of which I really have. I'm just doing this so that I can get rid of the Maid in the Mirror. Obviously, at this point, I'll add like Yzabad or Porter. I don't think Porter has knock. Okay, but I don't think it'll be enough knock to make a difference. I think we're still going to need to add Neville and Enid. I suppose I can still add Porter no matter what. Okay, doesn't make much sense for me to try and bring in a Splendor. So the question is, do I feel confident that the Worm Museum is going to give me something cool, or do I want to punt with the Red Church again? Red Church can still give cool stuff. Yeah, you know what? It's kind of random anyway, so... Well, that Vagabond's map would have been nice, but I guess I can live with the Amaranthine Nectar. One of the Flower Maker's many gifts, in a brighter age it might have bestowed immortality. In this blighted history, it still has, it is still an unparalleled sweetness. So obviously, if we were getting ready for a certain feast, we would be very happy, but... When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the Flower Maker had visited but lately, with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets, with the Amaranthine Nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. Okay, so first up, chat with Laidlaw to get the thing repaired. I will forego Dream for now. And I'm going to need to put up a Piebald Pigment in a minute. There we go. Spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Now, I suspect I'm going to have a bunch of wacky stuff that happens here. Likely a Fascination, possibly 2 Fascination, but we'll also likely get the Moth influence, which will in turn translate into Restlessness over time. The Tantra describes how the satisfaction of thirsts may allow a mortal to rise into the service of a thirsting power, but warns of the consequences of rejecting those rarer thirsts for common ones. A man who thirsts, O Mighty One, whose mind clings to actions in this world, will return to this world of action from that other place. So we've got the Thakic Invocation. Raucous shrieks attend the passage of the names to the Grail. We reproduce them as best we can for the pulsing power they lend. Use this with a Byzantine Tinct and a Moth influence, or other resources of equal power to summon a Raw Prophet. And I think I pushed this lore in the wrong spot. So. And another Rite of the Seas fasting, which is a little less exciting for me. Okay, Tantra of Worms, and then I'm going to need to translate books again. Same text as before. The Tantra explains various less than practical countermeasures against the worms. The serpents, which are not serpents. Moth and Winter are closest to them, but so understand their weaknesses, but both have their own perils. Lionsmith crushes them, and that's not recommended for mortals. Thirsting Tantra, aka horny on main. I mean, Sean, you are one of the, the modder extraordinaires. You're one of the people who tries and gets the most out of every game. I really think you would shine if you were to do the Cultist to English dictionary version of Cultist Simulator. Food for thought. Shadows dample the path. Perhaps the path is one the Moth has given us. Probably it is. Probably we'll make it through. I don't want probably, I want certainty. Alright, more Graveyard Mouth, which means I'm going to have to get a little worried soon. I think a lot of this is just going to be a question in terms of how quickly I run through like my jumbles and my books. We're going to sit at 4. 4 is not exactly a danger zone yet, but I should keep an eye on it. I like some of this. Okay. This pigment is dangerous. It may even be illegal. Let the critics argue over what color this actually is. Perhaps they'll come to blows. And I made something unique, something extraordinary, something I will never dare exhibit publicly. Okay, Rattling in the Soul. Same thing we got last time. We wanted something special. Centimede Testament. It's obviously something we already had. So I'm just trying to think about what my next masterpiece is going to be if I get to... If I wind up with 2 notoriety each time I do it. Still stale? I created a masterpiece representing the principle of the moth. And apparently my work is still stale. In the forests of the first continent, our ancestors cursed themselves with their own god. Oh, so that one's just the white, gold, blue, black dress. I didn't think of it that way, but that is a perfect example. And I actually believe that Kennedy has used that dress in a GDC talk. Okay, because I'm a little light on funds, first thing we're going to do is use, just fire off these fleeting reminiscences to get a bit of cash, and then the question is, do I want to fulfill some of these commissions, or do I want to try and knock out another masterpiece? Something up ahead, we've made it through the forest, good news there. Bronze Spintrea for Laidlaw. Season of Fascinations, Season of Visions is coming up, which means I have another fleeting reminiscence which I can use. The smarter move will be to try and do commissions, I think. The worms have always been eager to inhabit us. Here are practices which make us inhospitable to them. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon, and none of the practices they depict would allow the subject to survive. But we do have an operation of the declining sun to show for it. This invokes, acknowledges, and welcomes the passage to silence. Use this rite with heart influence and a Byzantine tinct to summon the voiceless dead. Alright, I think I said I was going to be translating at this point, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide these into language groups. Watchful Tantra, notorious for its involvement in the deaths of... Oh, right, we already read this. Okay, let's think a little bit about what we're doing. At some point I need to put money down. And then I also need to bring Lantern followers? Lantern or Knock at this point. Let's put down the money to begin with. Once the expedition's done, I think I'm going to sell all my possessions. Then, following that... Okay, actually, let me think about what the game plan after the expedition is. So, sell the goods. Try and get an HQ. Then the Forbidden Epics. Okay, Peacock Door and the Wildering Mirror. I'm just going to set the Wildering Mirror aside so that it'll go back to its proper spot. Now, originally I said that on this rotation I would get Saliba to try and bring in a prisoner so I could go to the Spider's Door. The question I have is, does this still make sense, knowing what I know now? I don't have to worry about any influences. I don't have any commissions to turn in. I don't need to convert anything with Miss Nania. The only thing I would want to do would be to get rid of notoriety, but even then I don't have a Season of Suspicion coming up for a while, and I still have more mystique than I would have anything else. So in this case, yes, I do want to take Saliba to find a body. And of course we get the Season of Suspicion. Better now than never, I suppose, because we're going to be getting our last We're going to be getting our last notoriety from expeditions, and of course the Callagine is going to be looking for work, so... I have nothing to use this on. So let's try and do... Again, it would be nice to do a masterpiece, but at this point I think let's get these commissions done. So they want a level 4 secret history. We'll put some reason into it, and this will hopefully result in a bronze Spintrea, but we never know. Look closer, closer still, closer. Keep looking, closer. Now close your eyes. I think I already put the money in, so let's add Pope Clifton. Now if I'm wrong, Pope Clifton might get punched by the Watchers, but that's the risk he's got to take. I am willing to sacrifice him for... Okay, no new text in the Watchful Tantra, so we'll just move and translate the Book of True Blood. No particular reason why I'm translating a big stack and then reading them next. I suppose one argument would be is if I get a big stack of books read in one go, if I do want to do something like upgrade lore or subvert it or anything like that, I could take advantage of the erudition, but it's really hard. Like, unless you've committed all of those outcomes to memory, you're kind of guessing. Now this is good news. Obviously it would be nice to see if I can get some super lore behind the War Museum or the Red Church, but I think a Scholar of Vac is a pretty decent little consolation prize. Before gods arose from blood, before apes stood upright, this was the language heard in the House of the Sun. So other than Frisian, we can translate just about everything. Last night I opened the peacock door, and afterwards it spoke to me. I am Vac, it boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will still be when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. I woke with my mouth full of words. This is actually one of my favorite little moments out of the Mansis, where you go, you perform a ritual before you go to sleep, to an outside observer, you wake up and you have perfect knowledge of a language older than humanity. And of course to you, you just get this, it's weird. Like, the influences I don't really perceive as getting some arcane knowledge imbued in you. This is one of the things that's kind of interesting about the Mansis. You will learn about the secret histories from it, but you do not go to the Mansis for lore. You go to the Mansis to get physical objects, but the lore is the way to the Mansis. It's really only Scholar Vac where you're actually sort of imbued with knowledge, which I think is kind of interesting in a game which is sort of about, learning about the secret world. Everything that you take from the Mansis is largely temporary or consumable. Oops. So obviously we're going to be waiting a little while to get the mirror repaired, but out in the night my followers whispering words that sometimes they might even mean. Even their victim knows the words are lies. They might not care. So we're not ready to go through the spider door yet anyway. Looks like I'm probably only going to be able to get one commission done, which is a bit of a shame. We definitely do need the mystique, so I guess I can't complain too loudly about it. Okay, reputation is a medium. I could use the fleeting reminiscence, but we might as well just use the renewable resource of restlessness. And we will send Cat Caro the other half of the killer combo. My minion is returned, attended by a prisoner, rendered docile with delight. So even more notoriety. This would be the point where I call in Clovat. Actually, yeah. It'll probably be too late, but I don't think it'll hurt to bring Clovat into this before I get Laidlaw to fix the mirror. And 1,000 apologies, hapless prisoner. Spider's door is always thirsty, always. The blood I have given leaks in threads and spills through the skin of the world, and the door drinks it, and a moment's satisfaction swells its opening until I can pass. Also, I forgot an important point before I do anything. Okay, well, Clovette's mission is already a failure. Cassius the Tommen reveals the deeds of the Unnumbered Legion, the secret army that protected Rome against the Shadowless Empire. I'm going to take away the Children of Silence because this will just mean that 40 seconds goes by without any activity rather than 40 seconds plus a minute. So Aramaic. Diagrams and illustrations, even across the centuries, are elegant, hypnotic, occasionally erotic in Aramaic. This is on Matthias and the Amethyst Imago Loss. So one of the things that I'd forgotten to mention in terms of my sort of after Unnumbered Stones plans is I do need to take a trip to the graveyard because I've let my my graveyard mouth ratchet up. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to be getting sick, and I don't have a lot of money, but I'm also going to be getting money. Ah, beautiful. Course of the Heart arrives just in time. That'll actually give me something to do with my dream slot. Okay, so I can go for the Imperative of Appetite, but that's boring. So I can go for the Chamber of Ways, which I seem to recall. Okay, actually, I am going to... Nah, you know what? I'm not going to cheat. There is a JSON file that tells you what the draws are for the Chamber of Ways and the Mallory, but that sounds like loser talk. So I haven't actually seen any secret histories come out of the Mallory. I'm almost certain there are, I just don't remember them. So like a fool, I'm going to go back to the Chamber of Ways, and if I wind up with another low-level secret history, you will hear my sadness over the mic. Could be worse. Last night I came to the Concursum, the place at which all the Mansus corridors end, which has been called the Chamber of Conclusions. Here the hours meet in striving or execution or resignation. The evening sapphire of the chamber's light, in the evening sapphire of the chamber's light, I saw the sun in rags pass with his shattered crown and his silent retinue. And this morning I woke shivering. So yeah, the Spider's Door really has not been turning out for us. But I believe that has been true for just about all of my playthroughs. Okay, so Laidlaw is delayed yet again because I want to get rid of the bitter atmosphere. Let's take my... I gotta know. Still too short. All right. Let's get a Grail Pawn. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. Faint lines in the stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. And apparently, I've got more vitality than I know what to do with now. Not that. Jesus Christ! If I do that one more time, I am gonna throw my computer out the window. An account of an occult romance. A certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single day and a single night as part of his initiation into the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that tight, disciplined order of immortals who reject their past and future. So this is the work slot being rendered completely useless for the next 30 seconds. And I don't have Miss Nania to save me if I do the if I make the mistake again. So here we're translating transformation. I think with the Weary Detective, it is possible, while they don't have the erratic status, excuse me, I believe it is possible for them to fail to produce evidence sometimes. Yeah, here we go. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me. They found no new clues. I think that's intentional, although I'd always thought that they would have an indicator that they'd behave that way. All right. Once more with feeling. Now you shed your blood as the son's blood was shed. Now your past is divided from your future as the wolf was divided. You are not born. Your service ends only in dissolution. Arise in silence. An avid disciple, loyal but greedy. Moving right along. If I want to talk with somebody, who do I want to talk to? Most likely Laidlaw for the mirror. Is there anything else as an option? I can try and go through the spider door again and learn how much I dislike the spider door. Don't have any Bonds Betrayal left. But, I mean, what else am I going to use them for, right? Vac was kind of the thing I was looking to get most, because that's going to unlock more research. Actually, speaking of, I actually need to still... Yeah. I think The World Does Not Weep winds up giving you a dread, but I also think it gives you a reasonably powerful winter lore. I don't remember exactly, though, so... The moonlight bleaches the grass to winter. All around the stones loom. Here in the tumulus side beneath the turf is a stone that will rise like a trap door. We must put our backs into it. The chamber inside the tumulus was half collapsed with the years. Fat white spiders crawl from the touch of our lamplight, insolently slow. The stone reliefs are cracked and dripping, but here's the offering hole still with its treasures. All right. Cat Caro has again done good work. Pope Clifton has again done good work. Porter again has done good work. The Maid in the Mirror will decay to winter. The Percussagant will decay to heart. The Callagine will potentially destroy evidence and then decay into forge. Got the Xanthotic Essence. Certain operations of the forge. Sunlight is said to overcome moonlight as we pass from the Menescate to the Madrigard. The essence was mercury once, but now it's the rich gold of a summer afternoon. Pretty. Glassfinger Toxin. What is within, without, what is without, within. A poison sacred to the votaries of the Menescate. By the way, one of my favorite lines in this game. Aspect, lethal poison. Under no circumstances should you put this in anyone you want to keep. The follow-up that I like, and I will not say exactly what it is, but another favorite bit of writing is if you attempt to use this on a rival. And we've got the Amaranthine Nectar, one of the flower maker's many gifts. In a brighter age, it might have bestowed immortality. In this blighted history, it is still an unparalleled sweetness. So again, nothing to like go nuts over, but helpful, particularly the toxin. Okay, so the question is, oh yeah, well, I'm going to the graveyard. That's the easy answer. I guess it lets me keep the Percussagant or the Maid in the Mirror for longer. I think the Maid in the Mirror makes the most sense to keep around because I might want to dictate when the winter influence emerges. An account of occult romance. A certain Iavogos claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Alpine branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who would not pledge themselves to any hour. I just want to... Neat. There's small differences between them, but I've never actually paid close attention to them beside each other. Okay, the Morphe Codex, even though I don't have anywhere to put it. Text of the Sisterhood of the Knot, unearthed by Evan Morphe. And right, I still don't have anything to do with Dream because I need the sickness. So this is basically going to be the end of the cast. What I think I'm going to try and do is get a little bit of my exploration sort of legwork done. But in terms of any like major activities, it's mostly just going to be turning in commissions and otherwise trying to get myself set up for the next broadcast. It's unlikely I'm going to get all the Forbidden Epics and whatnot done, so just fair warning. Although, as always, I'm going to host somebody at the end of the night, so if you want to hang around for that, I will try and find somebody playing Cultist Simulator. Failing that, I will try and find someone inoffensive. As yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs inside me. Okay, so this will give me a chance. Well, it'll sort of give me a chance. I can try painting with the existing restlessness. This is going to be a little tricky to handle, though. I found a promising burial ground, so more mystique. And I think, I mean, obviously, Season of Suspicion isn't coming up anytime soon. I do need to be careful with this restlessness, so let's use the Maid in the Mirror in this case. Stealthy excavations and the soft light of the hooded lantern. And in this case, I think I am going to try painting away my 15-second restlessness. Thing is, if this winds up turning into dread, it just means I wasn't able to avoid it at all. The 15-second restlessness is guaranteed to turn into something nasty. So I think we've got 1 staleness. We do. So in this case, I'm going to take 2 notoriety, 2 passion, and hope for the best. Hey, Lumpy. Good evening to you. I must apologize. I'm kind of in the closing phases of Cultist Simulator, but it is very good to see you again. How have things been? And have you seen me play Cultist Simulator before? I think you have, but I might be wrong. I am sorry Mr. Big Time was running into power problems tonight. He would have been much more entertaining to watch with Rainbow Six Siege, but I believe he is enjoying it privately as his power is back on. Don't tell him I told you that. But if he tells you, oh yeah, my power was out the whole night, he's a liar. He may also be in this channel and hearing me say this right now, so, you know. Shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So in this case, I'm just going to eat the corpses right away. I am pushing this a little bit further than I would normally want to, but I need to find a place for my book. Right, here we go. In which the priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. Moving right along, let's take the formula, human corpse, and my desire. We don't have any Season of Suspicion to worry about, so we're just going to take the Maid in the Mirror in the cemetery and dig up another body to eat. My apologies for the late entry, was caught up at work. You have joined me in this game before. I'm not really sure what's happening with Johnny and his power predicament. Well, I think just what happened, so Johnny's had a tough line. For those of you, by the way, who don't know who I'm talking about, Johnny Big Time is one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. Definitely much more charismatic and a little more action-packed than me. But Johnny has been having difficulty both with his internet service provider as well as power tonight. So tonight, I believe it was straight up his power went out. But this week, he's found that at a certain hour, his internet upload is not able to sustain a broadcast. So he's been doing some wonderful broadcasts, and they've all been cut short by technical issues. But he's somebody who I definitely want to give a recommendation for. But yeah, that's basically what's going on, Lumpy. He's had a really bad run of the internet so far, but I'm sure he'll be back. I don't know if I think he said he was going to do Days Gone as his next single player game. I'm not as interested in Days Gone, but I am interested in Johnny playing Days Gone. But yeah, one way or the other, he'll be back and better than ever. So I don't want to give away any of his plans, but he has actually got several big things in mind for his stream. So it's gonna be fun once he gets everything ironed out. Okay, at some point I'm going to need to move all these over again because there's going to be at least one more language that I get, Frisian. There is an argument for me to keep Miss Nania close by in case I want to convert this restlessness. I am, however, going to turn with Adim because it's only 10 seconds. Okay, beware despair. I still don't... Oh, no, I can go through the peacock door again, so I'll take the opportunity. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So that was a fairly good run, because we wound up with a bronze Spintrea, which is never guaranteed. I am mildly curious if I can get the Percussagant to try and remove reputation. I just feel like that's not a good option right now. So I'm going to wait the second... Yeah, the restlessness should be okay. So we're going to have a chat with Saliba about getting another body. There we go. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So didn't make much money out of that, and we still have the staleness. Right, we just had enough. I really don't want to use this for... I really don't want to use this for my work as a medium. So this time I'm going to do 3 passion against my better judgment, 1 notoriety. Sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we've got something profitable which we will take to Miss Nania at some point. I still need to eat some bodies. So what I'm doing right now, Lumpy Space, the way to really understand Cultist Simulator, and it's definitely something that's understood better by someone who is playing the game as opposed to watching the game, every aspect of your life is represented in terms of a card in this game. So my reputation, my knowledge, my friends or disciples, my possessions, like this painting I'm doing or the money that I have, my abilities, even my enemies are represented as cards inside here. And a lot of the game is actually specifically about reading between the lines about what's happening. So here, feast upon a remnant. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with the shivers of revulsion. So I've added the Elixir Zeboim, that formula which quickens the memories of decaying flesh in the bellies of the living. Such a thing could not exist without the consent of both the flower maker and the elegist. And with the assistance of 1 more hour besides. Dedication Remembrance, the cool wind that blew when the sun was red and low, the voice the waves once used, the shapes that loped beside us in the snow, all crushed behind the flat glass of time. I must revisit what was lost, though the taste of it be ripe and strange. And a human corpse. The spirit is departed. At some point the smell will be so bad that you'll have to dispose of it. But here it is for now. It may attract attention, but it may be used to impress the impressionable. And then there's other factors that go on inside here. Now, obviously, there's a bunch of highfalutin language here. So, one of the things to understand about this game, so we've got a formula which we are studying. It says, okay, take this formula, put your desire in, put this human corpse in. And I'll tell you that this memory here, this something profitable, which has the aspect memory, comes as a result. So, it never specifically says you're eating the body. It heavily implies it in all of the texts. Essentially, it says you are eating something and it requires a lot of effort. And the corpse goes away and a memory remains. So effectively, what the game is telling me here is that I am eating bodies in order to digest them and take their memories. And what I'm doing here with this painting, the pale canvas, I've actually painted 4 things on this canvas, but it looks the same. And this is because I am painting memories on the canvas. It's basically a white painting which has... the contents of the painting are not actually revealed on it. Now again, the game never outright, like there's no cutscene that says this is what's happening. But it's not an impossible cipher either. What the game does is it wants you to say, okay, these fragments have been combined, and here's what's happened. So here's another example. We've got the explore verb. Explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. So the game says what kind of cards I can put in it, so I'm going to explore the cemetery. Hint, a disinterment. I'll need to deploy my own strength or that of a friend. The location here is cemetery. In the waking world, as in dreams, the dead are most often found below. So I need muscle. I can employ a helper, or I can do the digging myself. Well, let's bring the Maid in the Mirror. The Maid in the Mirror is a creature that I've summoned in the game otherwise. So now it says stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. I hit start, and effectively what's happening here is it's taking 30 seconds, and I'm taking 30 seconds to dig up a body in a graveyard. So the idea here is that one of the things I'm doing right now is I'm taking this creature that I've summoned, we're going to the graveyard, we're digging up the bodies, and then I'm eating them, because I'm a ghoul. But essentially all of the relationships in Cultist Simulator can be understood through that lens. It's what makes the game really interesting, because this is a game about the occult and sort of being given a glimpse at the world that lies just beneath the skin of the apparent one. And as a result, as I'm fond of saying, there's no Founding Cults for Dummies book. You can't go to, in Canada, it's Chapters or Indigo. In the United States, I'm assuming it's like Barnes & Noble or something like that. Or let's face it, it's all Amazon now. But essentially, like, part of it is figuring it out. Part of playing the game is figuring out the game. But like I said, it's not like some of this stuff is fairly apparent. Like if you send a follower to work and all of a sudden your boss goes missing, well, what do you think your follower just did? Anyways, I want another body to eat. So the reason I'm eating bodies, other than the fact that it's called the Ghoul DLC, I have this aspect graveyard mouth. Now that I've tasted the graveyard fruit, the hunger comes more often to trouble me. My mouth waters at the fragrances of decay, and my belly growls like a dog. Reduce this by feeding on remnants. Do not ever permit it to reach 7. The game may end, and not pleasantly. So this is Mr. Kennedy threatening me, basically. All right, unresolved ambiguity is quite welcome. It would always be nice to see if there's a Vagabond's map, but let's just take it bird in the hand and whatnot. So, in the Mansus, the hours strive one against another. As the struggles are resolved, they iron out the impossible, exalt the possible, tie the fraying braids of what has been into one golden ribbon of future. Everything is resolved. History becomes the past. There are, however, exceptions. Exploring with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Rending Mountains, 3,000 miles away from the wreck of the oldest empires. So, one of the things that makes this game a little bit hard to understand in some cases is you'll get things like the Mansus, the hours, long, things like that. And it's talking about history. So this is the Mansus. There are different ways into the Mansus. There's the wood, the white door, the stag door, the spider door, and the peacock door. The tricuspid gate is not actually available in the waking world, to my understanding. And each of those doors have different aspects. So all the different places that you can go into the Mansus are the Temple of the Wheel, the Well, the Lodge of the Sage Knight, the Orchard of Lights, the Painted River, the Ascent of Knives, the Red Church, the Worm Museum, the Chamber of Ways, and the Mallory. What does it all mean? Well, again, that's where you read the cards. So one of the ideas in here is that there is never just one history. History is the scar on the world's skin. And so the unresolved ambiguity here is talking about the fact that there are a bunch of different histories that seem not to play well together. And this particular lore makes sense of these ties. So this is the knowledge I'm taking with me out of the Mansis. The only knowledge you can take out of the Mansis, incidentally. Well, other than the language. Obviously, we're talking about that. But here's how the game describes the process of me going in and getting a glimpse at these histories through this dream. Last night I opened the Peacock door, and beyond it, in the bright spaces of the house, I met a pilgrim adept. I'm almost ready, they said, to pass the summit of the house, to prepare for the final ascent. Perhaps you'll join me. I'll need allies to fight for my place. Here is a story to help you rise. So I've gained more information, and we've carried on. And again, how do I know that I went into a dream? Well, because I took the Peacock doorway. Some memories are sketch maps of dreams, some even pass through the bounds to dream. The wood in the house rises above it. But essentially, I took this location in the world of dream and I did something special, and I walked out of it with this knowledge. And the flavor text has just sort of kind of created that strand that connects the ideas together. And so, again, it's a difficult game to sort of follow in terms of... if you're not familiar with any of the terms, you're trying to point to the concepts that you understand already. So when you hear the hours, you kind of think you know what hours are. It's a time thing. But it also has a special meaning inside of Cultist Simulator. And because you're never quite sure where to point, and more importantly, because the meaning of the game takes place in my head by me putting a card somewhere and imbuing some meaning with that through the fact that I'm performing a combination that makes sense, it can sometimes actually be a rather difficult game for the uninitiated to follow. I don't even think I do a particularly good job of making it user-friendly to unfamiliar people unless people explicitly ask, but at the very least, people who have played a little bit of the game can sort of follow the actions that I'm taking, and they're already familiar with what some of these things mean. But as always, it's an invitation for people to ask questions, because I like answering questions about this game. Anyways, I did want to get a little bit more progress in, but I am almost half an hour over time, and it's getting close to a point. I've been reading Ernst Gombrich's The Story of Art again. I took a quick break to finish reading The Lady Tasting Tea, but I'm back to the Gombrich book, and I'm really enjoying it. Ooh, I got Fascination. We'll be able to deal with it. So, but yeah, I was hoping to get another chapter of that. I have very weird tastes in art, so I definitely enjoy Northern art, so like the Dutch masters and whatnot. But I do also really like kind of the showy Italian art, so like Caravaggio and Michelangelo and things like that. And to me, it's really odd that if somebody was like, well, what kind of art do you like? I'm like, oh, well, I like this stern Dutch painting. And I also like this incredibly ostentatious Italian foppery. But it's all good. All right. Fascination. I do have a Season of Visions coming up, so there's really no option here. We'll just take the fleeting reminiscence and be done with it. And I still have this stubborn staleness, so we just wasted time and didn't accomplish anything. With that in mind, I can sort of afford to ignore the funds, and this is because I have 4 items which I can sell at Oriflamme's in addition to other ways of making money. So in this case, I'm going to accept a little bit of a risk in terms of my finances, and we'll just do some commissions while I can. So, Smith's Secret and reason to get the new piece for the Karashim Review. We need 1 more corpse for the Graveyard Mouth, so we're ready for the next phase. Just double checking. Yeah, there's only one more graveyard mouth, so I'll leave that be. No shortage of mystique, which makes me happy if the season of suspicion comes by. So for exploration, I want to take a minute and think a bit about this. So obviously, you know, running through all the forbidden epics and unresolved ambiguities would be nice. That doesn't help me the most. I think at this point I'm actually going to use Oriflammes to sell some of this stuff. So Gildersleeves goes first. Again, not the most exciting choice that I could make, but a necessary one. I might try to do another masterpiece at some point, but I figure probably turning in some commissions is slightly more important right now so that I can repair the mirror. My minion is returned, attended by a prisoner, rendered docile with delight. So again, we've got another notoriety. Apologies, ma'am. We will feed her to the spider's door right away. No, we won't, because the spider's door is not available. We will, however, get Laidlaw to repair the mirror again. Obviously, this is a notoriety mill that I'm making here in terms of taking all these hostages, but if it gets to an emergency, I can always get Clovette to start eating the notoriety. We don't have any evidence against us, so now is a perfectly good time to, to start doing dark deeds. All right, we got something unexpected. I do need to start making sure that I do something about these memories. It's just not obvious if I'm going to do it with Nania or at my job as a medium, and I'll probably decide that next cast. The auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item has sold. So we're going to continue doing that. We're not guaranteed to get money for all of these items, but it's a nice little way of just unlocking some of the value that I've acquired over the course of the playthrough. Now study. I just want to take a minute here and see if there's anything else that's sensible for me to try and use the study verb on. Probably at this point I should be reading books. So we'll read the Watchful Tantra. The Tantra describes the process of occult illumination, including the formula which may show the way from the Hunter's Gate to the Serpent Gate, which in the West is usually called the Spider's Door. Again, just an example in terms of how this game leaves a lot of hints in plain sight. The Stag Door in another... So one, which in the West is usually called the Spider's Door. So that's a hint that these doors have different names. Now there's a book that you get earlier which calls the Stag Door the Hunter Door. So, do you want to know how to get from the Stag Door to the Spider's Door? You need to be able to figure out the Hunter's Gate, I suppose. But essentially it's saying, the contents of this book will help you with this puzzle you're struggling with. Sometimes you get these right away, and sometimes, there's no hope. You just brute force the solution, and then you figure it out. And then you read like a book like that. You're like, oh, it was hiding in plain sight all along. But I'm usually pretty bad for just brute forcing it because I'm impatient and I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, Season of Ardor. So if I fear dread, I can use the contentment that comes from that. Or practically, I think I'm just going to use the fleeting reminiscence that comes from the Season of Visions going away. Although the fact that I'm reading one of these books... Actually, yeah, I'm reading a Lantern book right now, so this might give me fascination just before this thing closes down. I'm going to be raging if that happens. Alright, finish the manuscript. It's not my finest work, but it'll pay the bills. Alright. Let's take the helpless prisoner and feed them to the Spider Door. In the meantime, I think I'm just going to do an edge commission. Very substantial, so it needs to be at least level 6. I do not have a level 6, however, so they're going to get more than they bargained for. Total lack of interest. No one is impressed. The auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item is sold, but for a sum so trifling as to not be worth recording. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Okay, Laidlaw wants Bronze Spintrea. I am going to need to do something about this. Let's run down in a minute. Now, there's a reasonable question in terms of what I do about this winter. So, one argument... What am I doing? One argument is just let this thing run down for 45 seconds and we can combine it with the contentment that comes from the Season of Ardors. Next statement would be wait 15 seconds, use it in an upgrade for one of my pawns. I'll see how long the upgrade takes. I'm not particularly worried about the dread just because of how all this stuff is going to turn out, but I probably could have done a better job of keeping track of the different events. Okay, anyways, one way or the other, I still want to go to Oriflamme's to sell my goodies. Jumbles don't always generate money, but we'll see. And the sun passes through the house at the appointed time. Since the sun's division, the time has become uncertain. So we've got the Fenian Invocation. We already have one of these, but use a Fenian Invocation on the stag door and you get to the spider's door. I'm pretty sure you do, at least. Lantern usually gets you through wherever you need to go, so... The sun passes through the house at the appointed time. Since the sun's division, time has become uncertain. So I just read that. I need to go to bed, clearly. Okay, let's do the Book of True Blood. Legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of Scars, who was promised immortality if he died in battle. Got my Aramaic books now. Although I still need to translate The World Does Not Weep. So I kind of want to see how this turns out. If the mirrors are paired right away, I'll probably upgrade one of the followers. Yep. No point. Basically, my logic behind this is there's no point in risking dread sort of popping up to bite me. Yes, I mean, the drawback about this is it's going to occupy my talk verb for a minute when I could be turning in commissions, or I could be... Actually, I hate that I'm doing this. I could be turning in commissions, I could be using something profitable with Miss Nania. In this case, though, I can actually make these timings work. So I will turn in the commission for Madame Bichet. This is going to take 10 seconds. In that time, I'm going to finish Janning's commission. 10 seconds to turn that in. I get rid of the chilly atmosphere. I get a commission from Dr. Adim. But I won't be able to do something profitable then. Anyways, I'll at the very least get the commissions done. Okay, pounding airs are nice. I'm not going to summon anything in the moment, though, so the question is, do I want to go to the Mallory or the Chamber of Ways? Let's try... I think I'm going to do the Chamber of Ways again until I see a Secret History come out of the Mallory. Well, I just saw... That was quick. Last night I came to the concursum at the core of the Mansus, which has been called the Chamber of Revelations, whose mirrors are endless and whose paths are all-encompassing. From here the hours can see all that transpires in the Mansus. I saw the watchman's light in the blue distance of the place, like a sun beneath the sea. I could try summoning King Crucible with... No, hang on. No, I think it's Forge and Lantern. I may not have enough, though. I don't know. I'll think about it. But this thing's going to turn into Fascination if I don't do something about it. Okay, what do I want to do with work right now? I will turn a fleeting reminiscence into money. Although at some point I do still need to get a restlessness. This is a little bit of the Wild West right now just because I don't have any immediate concerns. So I've got enough mystique not to worry about my notoriety. I'm waiting for my next batch of expeditions to go on, so this is a chance for me to clear out some of the stuff that's not helpful for me. It's likely going to be generating some funds, so I'm reasonably happy there. I might try and make another masterpiece if the mood takes me. I suppose I could try and use the influence for that, but I believe I keep the influence after the painting is drawn. At the very least, I'm still going to have lantern influence. I suppose the real question is... Right, I was going to upgrade one of my followers, so let's take a Heart Pawn. Children of Silence, Heart Pawn, Chilly Atmosphere, and probably an Operation of the Declining Sun. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. So this goes for 60 seconds. I'll still be able to do something profitable with Miss Nania. That will be the most likely thing that I do. Mutterings in the audience. For whatever unlikely reason, my item has caught the fancy of the bidders. This is going to put a bit of a hold on my Peacock Door and Spider Door expeditions, but again, it's... You can't just do one thing over and over and over again. You get too much staleness. Alright. Not exactly a groundbreaking amount of money, but it'll pay the bills. So I don't want to summon anything. The question right now is, what do I want to do with my work verb? If I want to make money, I either use something profitable and my job is a medium, or I do physical labor. I think because I'm in a small lull in terms of my actions, and because I've got some things that are going to be selling in auction, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take the opportunity to do another masterpiece. So we'll take skill. I have no idea if it's actually going to get rid of my staleness here. I suspect because people don't actually see the painting you make. In that case, you don't actually reduce your staleness. Now, as it happens, I am going to use the Blaze of Radiance in this particular case. And it's just because Lantern is, in fact, the next thing that I'm moving on. So what, I can use Allure, or I can use Influence, which is a ticking time bomb anyway. The nice thing is that it does buy me a little bit of time with the talk verb if I do want to wind up putting it in, because basically every time I want to convert a follower, it's going to take up a minute. That's going to be a minute that I'm not turning in quests and whatnot. Okay, this would in fact have been a time when having fascination would have been helpful. So, in the final part, Cassius confesses to being a former legate. He recounts his terror of the Tribune and divulges the secret lore of the Golden General, the champion of the Shadowless Empire, the enemy of the Tribune, in the hope that the Tribune will someday be undone. So, if I want to get a new level of the Lionsmith's names, I can do so. It's a fairly costly one, so health or prisoner. I think this one. No, it's just erudition. So ideally, if I do get my if I get my headquarters with a library, Edge will be reasonably easy to upgrade. But that's a big if. I still want to use my Explorer to sell things. But as far as studying is concerned, I should make a decision. I've got room for another translatable book, so let's do The World Does Not Weep. I suspect this is one that gives me dread. I know there's a book called, How the End Will Come or something like that, and if you don't think you're getting dread out of that one, you kind of need to you need to pay attention at that point. All right, Refulgen. This is so I can make the lantern masterpiece. Another unresolved ambiguity, no point in trying to go for anything higher. Last night I opened the Peacock door, and beyond it, in the bright spaces of the house, I met a pilgrim adept. I am almost ready, they said, to pass the summit of the house, to prepare for the final ascent. Perhaps you'll join me. I will need allies to fight for my place. Here's a story to help you rise. So at some point we're going to have a conversation with Laidlaw about repairing that mirror, but that is not going to be a conversation we have anytime soon. Okay, Affliction is coming up. My vitality will be gone in time for it, unfortunately. So, in fact, if I get a fascination out of this painting, that is not the worst thing that could happen to me right now. And the lively disciple is loyal and always ready with a song. So while we're waiting, let's have a chat with Miss Nania about something profitable. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. Looks like the murmurings in the audience have triggered another bidding war. We're slowly generating Graveyard Mouth again. There might be an argument in me addressing that right now because the cemetery is available. Look at all that inspiration. Oh yeah, we got a ton of fascination that we're going to get hit with. Fair enough. I do have contentment to deal with the dread though, so rather than wait for fascination to pop up, let's just get rid of that right now. So what I need to worry about here, we've got the intensity of radiant, light dews the skin and suffuses the air, 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rates to summon minions. Another notoriety, but no real surprises there. Blaze of Radiance. That was the source material that we used. Still have staleness, because why not? And here's the door in the eye. He came from the glory, we cannot help but see. So when I am particularly inclined, I can do a forge masterpiece, but I'll wait a little bit on that. The real question is, what do I want to do with my work verb right now? Because I don't have any commissions to finish. And in fact, it's going to likely be a while before I finish commissions. So in this case, I'm going to do physical labor. And that is because I have a season of sickness coming up soon anyway. So that'll let me get some vitality. Snania says nothing, but afterwards I find a sovereign in the street. So unfortunately it's just an iron Spintrea, but I'll not look a gift horse in the mouth. Something joyful. Share a joyful memory with Miss Nania. Miss Nania's eyes are warm. Alright, the world does not weep. Brown Joshua found this in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus, and that was the same text from last time. And Auctioneer's Gavel bangs, my item is sold. So, we're going to take a quick trip to the cemetery. Let's get the Silent Disciple to help me out here. This is just because I've got... The cemetery is currently available. I've got Graveyard Mouth, so it seems to make as much sense for me to eliminate that risk. Or not that risk, but eliminate that point right now. Now, unfortunately, it looks like the Weary Detective might actually have chosen a reasonably good time to try and pin something on me, because a lot of my mystique is going away. Ah. Sadly, this won't work. This would have been one of those rare times that I could actually... Oh! No, even though... Okay, this is going to have some sad consequences, but there's a rare opportunity that I have here. And what kind of a knowledge do I need? Fenian Invocation. Where mirrors cross, where the shadows part, where the sun's goldest blood pools thickest. This will upgrade your lantern influence. So what I want to do here, I want to upgrade the lantern influence, not so much to buy me time, but to reduce it to a single point of threat. That means that there's only going to be one fascination that comes out of this thing when all is said and done. Znania says nothing, but my heart pounds like a hammered anvil even after I leave the gallery. We'll take something shameful. Share memory of a secret sin with Miss Nania. Today Miss Nania's eyes are almost sly. So no point in going back to the graveyard, because I believe we only had the one graveyard mouth, and Suspicion's coming up next, so there's nothing. We're not going to have to worry about ambitions. If I want to sell anything, it's just Mages von Brandt, nothing else, so let's get that last item out of here. I've intensified this lantern influence, so we've got the Blaze of Radiance. Once this is done, they say I can do the job of any two others together. It's not true. Not quite. So I am mildly curious if I can actually get away with this. So Sunset Rite, Blaze of Radiance, okay, great power to forge, significant power of knock, and some lantern. So it may be that 5 knock is not high enough, or it could be that 8 forge is not high enough. I am willing to guess that it's the forge that's lacking. I didn't really think it would work, but it doesn't hurt to check. Anyways, so the idea here is that this will take longer to decay, which, whatever, you know, it's going to decay and I'm still going to have to deal with it. But a little bit more importantly, rather than having 2 items that will decay into 2 fascination, which can basically be a game ender, you obviously need to generate 1 more, but that's just, you've got like 1 bad trip to the mats. The problem to me is actually having 2 fascination, because having 2 fascination means you are a lot less likely to want to go to the Mantis, because you are really 1 bad click away from a game over. So in some senses, the threat of getting that 3rd fascination is almost worse than the reality. Like, the loss will take 30 seconds and then you start a new game. Hey, the Eyes of Sin! I was warning people that I was gonna wrap up, and like, it's been another half hour, so please do not take it personally if I vamoose. But I like these emotes. And Valken was here a little bit earlier, so I got to see some of Octavian's emotes. Besides, I have wonderful things waiting for me when I finish the stream. So, okay. So I'm kind of glad that upgrade didn't take that long, because it means that I can remove the human corpse from threats. Still gonna have to deal with the Season of Suspicion, but I believe if you move headquarters, I think you get to get rid of some of your notoriety. So now would be a good time to try that. At least until I make another masterpiece. Okay, clear my mind. The sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. Got my affliction, but I've also got my vitality to deal with it. And can't do any commissions yet, so I can either paint, which would be a bad idea right now. Well, see, I could do a heart masterpiece, and it would be an awesome heart masterpiece right now. Would also generate a bunch of notoriety. I don't have a Callagine to get rid of the evidence. I think in this particular case, I'm just going to settle with some work. This is specifically going to be to try and reduce my reputation. Miss Nania says nothing, but I realize later that the same idea must have occurred to both of us. We could use this as leverage against someone in authority. So this will be the last Miss Nania that I pick up. It'd be kind of nice to convert this fleeting reminiscence into restlessness, but I want to deal with something unexpected first, so... Miss Nania's expression is difficult to read today. I have become conscious of her eyes, her mouth, the lines of her face as separate objects, conjunct only by chance, like the contents of someone's pockets emptied on a table. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So this is something shameful again. And I need to do something with my study verb. Season of Despair is coming up, so The World Does Not Weep is probably not a good idea to be reading right now. You know what, I think I'm just going to do what my old plan was and start translating books, and I'm just going to have 2 layers of it. So... Oh, I hate that. Well, it happens. It just feels like the game is really angry at me right now. So I'm probably gonna have to risk one of my moth followers, but that's what they're there for, right? Okay, well, at least Von Brandt got me a little bit of extra pocket money. I suppose then I don't really care so much about the notoriety, and I'll just use the work verb to make a heart masterpiece. Snania says nothing, but there in the gallery I snatch my pen from my pocket and I write frenziedly as if I had been given directions by someone whispering them in my ear. When I follow the directions, I will find something precious. It's another winged doll. You can do it. All right. More money, but at this point I think I'm done wearing myself out this way. And let's do another masterpiece because those are fun. If I'm not going to paint on the palest canvas, I will at least paint on the not so pale canvas. I didn't think this through. Okay, I'm going to try something here. All right, so it's really just a matter of put one HQ into the other. I'm going to wait until I get the reputation from the painting. So what else can I do with Explore? Well, no, it's the easy answer for Explore. I use my Forbidden Epics. It's not immediately clear to me that you do get rid of reputation for moving headquarters. I was just under the impression that was true, and apparently I neglected to talk about the memory to Miss Nania, so we'll do that right now. Now, I've not repaired the mirror, so there's not a whole lot I can do with Dream right now. We can, of course, take the rose pearl dust to make a fancy heart painting. And we've prepared yet another text for study, so let's translate the high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar. All right, so we do have tentative evidence. This will give me an excuse to have a conversation with someone later. Grail influence. Obviously, there's higher Grail influence now that the Eyes of Sin is in chat, but not the most useful thing for me to pick up at the moment. So my highest priority, even though I have the favor from authority lasts 218 seconds, tentative evidence lasts 584, and of course I need to wait for another Season of Suspicion to roll by, find notoriety, and upgrade the evidence, and then another run to actually have any consequence. So the favor from authority is very likely not going to be that useful at the moment. So what I'm going to do here, this is actually a bit of a tricky call. I am going to kick the can down the road and talk with Adim and Madame Bichet first. Then I think I'll convert this to a restlessness. But I'm not sure. It's something unique, something extraordinary, something I will never dare to exhibit publicly. Okay, more glimmerings, contentment, glimmering, glimmering. Pulsing airs are back, which will just get me vitality, notoriety. Oh, 2 pulsing airs. Fair enough. Still stale. And we've got the sister in which goes after the wolf divided. So she's been a pair of funeral birds, but here she is as she would wish to drown. Okay, so the real question now is, what do I want to do with my work slot? And as fun as it would be to keep painting masterpieces all day, there is less of an argument to be doing that at the moment. So we will take a fleeting reminiscence, we'll turn that into restlessness, we'll leave the... It takes me a minute to do a commission. I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm going to. It means that my restlessness is going to decay for a little bit longer, but... Alright, this place merits further investigation. This is the Kuznetsov endowment. Prince Kuznetsov gave 1/4 part of his blood-soaked fortune to the establishment of a department of eschatology at the provincial university. The staff have grown peculiar now, and the buildings fester in a freezing swamp, but some of Kuznetsov's bequest, perhaps, was spent on treasures. So we'll run this again. Wait, did I only get 1 notoriety for the... Oh, fair enough. Maybe now is the time for me to use the new location then. I rushed to get my fleeting reminiscence. That's fine, we'll work with it. Okay, talking wise, let's not... Yeah, I think I'm just going to get Porter to go and destroy the evidence. Okay, our first VAC text. This is probably on the matter and deeds of serpents. This is probably the prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. So, I'm just trying to think about what I want to do with Dream. No, actually, that fleeting reminiscence is perfectly timed because I can use it to cancel the fascination that comes from the consciousness of radiance. We've got dread coming up, but I won't have to worry about the dread ever triggering. And the real trick here, like, I do want to try moving locations, but I'm trying to think about whether or not that might make sense when I've got a big stack of notoriety to try and get rid of in case I really do get that. I have no idea why I'm not using the talk verb right now. I can't remember who wanted... This is Dr. Adim. Of course, I've already put myself on the treadmill of doing the medium job a bunch again. Well, honestly, it wouldn't hurt to get a bunch of... it wouldn't hurt to get a nest egg before I go on the next batch of expeditions. You know what? I'm just going to take the abandoned warehouse. Let's say abandoned warehouse and my temporary HQ. There we go. Change of premises. Move our organization's headquarters to a new location. This will permanently relocate your headquarters. No return is possible. It can reduce notoriety. Ah, neat. Okay. So it does take 1 notoriety. I suppose I can do what I can not to earn another, but... at this point, it makes as much sense for me to turn in Adim's, and then maybe we'll think about getting one of my followers to try and get rid of that tentative evidence. They've been pretty tight-fisted about the bronze spin tray, it looks like. So I'll get the commission first just because it takes a short period of time. I'm probably not going to fulfill it, but you never know. And then I think it's time that Porter, because he doesn't have 2 scars yet, I think he makes the most sense to send on the destruction mission. So, of course, we may just wind up generating notoriety by trying to destroy the evidence, but that's another matter. Alright, this one is also Vac. So, in the mountains as upon the plain, there may not be a path where none is passed. Worth by Naingala of Lagash. Oh, it's not Aramaic. Again, more evidence that I probably should have finished a while ago. We've now crossed the 1 extra hour mark. But I do kind of want to see what happens when I move HQs, so I think that'll be my my threshold. Okay. We've eliminated another threat. Of course, we haven't repaired the Wildering Mirror yet, so in this case we're just sort of sitting and waiting for an opportunity to use Dream again. If I want, I can go through the Stag Door again. I certainly have no shortage of reason to apply to it. The problem is that anything that I summon based on the influence that I find through that door right now is probably going to expire before I use it. So I can, like, there's no rule saying that it's a bad choice. It's just not a very, like, it doesn't really accomplish a whole lot for me right now. So I think I'm just gonna simmer on that for a little while. Yeah, we'll leave the dream slot open. I am kind of hoping I get something cool from the new location though. So the rafters are rank with rats. Their smell is almost lost beneath the reek of the river. It is a long way from anywhere anyone would want to go. All these things are, in their way, advantages. So it is secret. This place is easily overlooked. Use of this headquarters will cause reputation cards to disappear. Cool. Location. It has a pit, a lightless well of solitude where I may experience grim insights. All right. Neat. Doesn't have a library, which, I mean, I suppose a warehouse would not have a library. I am intrigued by this secret, though, because this may be worth hanging on to. This may be worth hanging on to just by virtue of the fact that it helps me out with reputation. I think the next obvious step is just to try and unlock another location. And I think I'm going to say that's it for tonight. I will lock myself into another round of the medium job. But this seems as good of a place as any to finish the night's work. Let's adjust the Spintrea. Right, so our last book is being translated. I don't have anything to do with Dream at the moment. We are sending a devious minion to destroy evidence. Bleak Thoughts, I'm not generating any notoriety, or sorry, any dread. We're uncovering a new location. No worries, Eyes of Sin. Again, I don't take attendance, and I think it's very nice of you to call it a lovely stream, because I was definitely just kind of saying out loud actions that everyone could see. So it's always very nice to hear from someone, especially somebody whose opinion I consider as highly as yours. It's always very nice to hear those, those affirmations. So thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, where we're at right now, clearly I need to be getting the remaining paints for the palest canvas. I suspect there's going to be one that only comes from Secret History's location. Like, I suspect there's going to be ones that only come from the Vagabonds map. That's always a really hard one to get because you have to go through the Peacock door, and you have to pick the right area to actually get the Vagabond map. Alternatively, you need to upgrade Unresolved Ambiguities. Well, what will I need for that? I've rarefied mine, so I'm not worried there. I need Erudition or an HQ with a library. That's kind of why I think I might try and move from the warehouse. Glimmerings or an HQ with a sanctuary. I'm less worried about Glimmerings because I generate a lot of those from painting. So I think probably when all is said and done, grabbing a headquarters with a library is going to be the most immediate, like it's going to be the most expedient way for me to make progress. But aside from that, like I always kind of feel that lore upgrades is a bit of a brute force approach and that there are just simply easier ways of getting that lore. I tend to prefer using expeditions to grab what I need. It's really the secret histories that are the part that I struggle the most to grab because obviously there's really no assured way of grabbing those. And I suppose, I mean, it makes its own little sense, right? If you're trying to make sense of the tangled histories and the secret histories really are the one where you need to work the hardest as a player to get. I think it is sort of on brand for them, but it's another example of one of these work things. Like, even I don't like picking Glover and going to it every single time. I just recognize what it is doing to get the point across. But I think what the next stream is going to be about will line up our expeditions at least to the red category and however many we can find in the unresolved ambiguities. Assuming we get rid of the evidence, we will have at least a couple more cracks at the Peacock door, and then after that, we'll see. I mean, I don't mind getting the band back together. It shouldn't be that hard to summon a Percussigant and a Callagine to lead the charge. I like having the Callagine just because if I do generate notoriety, it helps me with the evidence. And yeah, I think essentially what we're going to be doing is trying to get the remaining components to the pale canvas. Obviously, I lost my health a little early on, but I mostly wanted to test the hypothesis, if I'm completely honest. And another little side goal that I have, which I am not 100% clear on how quickly I will finish it, but I would like to get some more masterpieces. So my higher priorities at the moment are the Forge and Edge masterpieces, so I can sort of finish I can get rid of the gap. And then of course it only makes sense that I can make the Nock masterpiece. And of course the Secret Histories masterpiece. That's a very important one to include. But all of this is something for another time. I have slowly been bleeding out viewers since the first time I said I was going to finish, and that just means that whoever I pass it all on to has fewer people to watch them, which is fine. I know people are here for me, but it'd be nice to sort of pass along at least a few viewers. So let's take a look at who we've got. There's a few good people right now, actually. Eyes of Sin, are you currently modding for Elegy? Out of curiosity, if you're by your keyboard? Because if you are, I don't mind giving him a host. If you aren't, I can also host Kilgore Trout, who is currently playing Shadowcaster, or W. Shand, who is doing Mario Maker. Alright. Then I am going to, because you all get a wonderful opportunity to see the Eyes of Sin in her element, I have to promise not to flirt with her in chat. Not that I ever do that on my own anyway. Why did I do shoutout? I meant raid. Anyways, Elegy is one of these people who does streaming professionally. I believe he was one of the streamers who would sort of do the promos for whatever game Twitch was giving away. Now, I know Twitch gave away Cultist Simulator, but I don't believe I have ever seen him play it. So either I wasn't paying attention or he wasn't the one to cover it. One way or the other, the Eyes of Sin mods for Elegy, so that is where we're going. He is currently playing, well, it's, I don't know how to pronounce this, Gaiyakuten Saiban. Anyways, apparently it's some fan translation. He does a bunch of voices for it, and there are nice people inside of his chat, so that's where we're going to be going. You don't need to do the We're Tired of System Talk chat thing, because I believe the Eyes of Sin is the only reason why I've not been banned multiple times in that chat. But do feel free to give him some support and see if it's your kind of thing. It's Ace Attorney. Okay, fair enough. As for the rest of the stream, Friday I am going to be back to something. I'd kind of like to play Planetfall, but I'd also kind of like to play Darkest Dungeon, and I'd kind of like to play a lot of games. So to be determined for Friday. Monday I'll be back with Stellaris. Tuesday there will be another Elder Scrolls episode. Wednesday next week we're gonna have some Cultist Simulator again. No break in the Cultist Simulator for this month because Dirty Rectangles is actually doing a barbecue on the weekend as opposed to doing a proper meetup for the last month of summer. So that gives everybody a break. And I will do my best. There's no Surviving Mars tomorrow because I was too tired and too busy to record an episode. So it looks like I'm recording one every other week for that series. And I'm going to do my best to hold to that schedule because at the very least being regular in that will be helpful. Anyways, I've talked too much. Please have a good time with Elegy. For those of you who are here for Cultist Simulator, we'll see you in a week. And for those of you who are just here for hearing me babble over some games, we'll see you Friday. Have a good evening.